Welcome to this live broadcast of the National Assembly afternoon sitting on this day of 15th of February 2021. This live broadcast is brought to you by the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit in partnership with the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. Lined up for debate this afternoon on the floor of the National Assembly, there is the Health Laws Amendment Bill, National Assembly, Bill number 2 of 2021, tabled by the leader of a majority party. It will proceed for second reading and a question will be put on this particular bill. The question was deferred on the Thursday afternoon sitting, the Thursday of 10th February 2022 in the afternoon sitting, because there was a report that members were required to go through, but the bill will this afternoon proceed for the second reading and a question will be put. There is also a motion on the annulment of the Public Finance Management Sinking Fund Guidelines 2021, that the House adopts the report of the Committee on Delegated Legislation on its consideration of the Public Finance Management Sinking Fund Guidelines 2021. That was laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, September 21st of 2021. And that pursuant to provisions of Section 13 of the Statutory Instruments Act 2013, that it annuls in entirety the Public Finance Management Sinking Fund Guidelines 2021. This particular motion will also see a question put for the members to see whether they will adopt the report of the Committee on Delegated Legislation, or maybe they will not adopt it. But the question was deferred again on the same Thursday, 10th afternoon, 10th of February 2022. So this afternoon, members will be again considering that particular motion to see whether they will adopt or reject the report of the Committee on Delegated Legislation on the annulment of the Public Finance Management Sinking Fund Guidelines 2021. Also lined up for debate on the floor of the House is the consideration of a motion on the annulment of the Environmental Management and Coordination Impact Assessment and Audit Amendment Regulations 2016. This is by the Chairperson, Committee on Delegated Legislation, that the House adopts the report of the Committee on Delegated Legislation on its consideration of the Environmental Management and Coordination Impact Assessment and Audit Amendment Regulation 2016. This one was laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, November 10th of 2021. The Elections Amendment Bill, National Assembly, Bill number 3 of 2022, tabled by the leader of Majority Party, is scheduled for first reading on the floor of the House this afternoon. There is also a special motion moved by the Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning, on the approval of the National Assembly's nominee to the Equalization Fund Advisory Board. That the House, taking into consideration of the recommendations of that departmental committee on the recruitment of National Assembly nominee of the Equalization Fund Board. All right, at the entrance of the National Assembly chambers, the Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Justin Muturi, has stepped into the chambers. He will be overseeing this afternoon sitting. I will now hand you over for the live broadcast brought to you by Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit in cooperation with Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. My name is Kamche Menza. Good afternoon.
Na tuombe. Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu, ambaye kwa hekima na mema wako umeteua nyadhifa za viongozi na mabunge kwa ustawi wa jamii na utawala wa haki wa wanadamu, twakusihi ututazame kwa neema nyingi twakuomba ututeremshie baraka zako sisi tuliokutanika hapa, na tujalie tuyatende na kuyafikiria mambo yote yatakayofikishwa mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu, ili utukufu na sifa zako ziendelezwe, na ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri ya nchi yetu na wale ambao haja zao umezikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amin. Coming is over that, yeah. Coming very slowly. Then we can start. We can start. You can see we are going to hear it.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair.
Can we get the member for Dagoretti is can you? Honourable members, I have 3 communications. Article 229 of the Constitution requires the Auditor General to audit and report to Parliament on the accounts of all public entities within 6 months after the end of each financial year. The respective reports, once submitted, are considered by Parliament and appropriate action recommended. In this regard, the certified audited accounts and financial statements of the Technical University of Mombasa Enterprises Limited for the year ended 30th June 2020 was submitted to the National Assembly and laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 6th October 2021. It was subsequently committed to the Public Accounts Committee for consideration and reporting. However, honourable members, my office is in receipt of a letter dated 9th of November 2021 from the Auditor General recalling the report due to an inadvertent error. Honourable members, having considered the request of the Auditor General, and in order to ensure that only correct statements are reflected in the report, I hereby direct that the Public Accounts Committee ceases consideration of the financial statements for the Technical University of Mombasa Enterprises Limited for the year ended 30th June 2020, if the process has commenced, pending correction of errors by the Auditor General. Further, any publicization undertaken by the clerk in accordance with the requirements of Section 32 of the Public Audit Act is revoked. The committee and indeed the House is accordingly guided. I thank you, honourable members. Honourable members, the second communication is that I wish to introduce to you a delegation from the National Assembly of the Republic of Zambia who are seated in the Speaker's Gallery. The delegation comprises the following. 1, the Honorable Stafford Mulusa, MP, who is the Government Chief Whip / Leader of Delegation. The Honorable Tennyson Nyangu, who is a Principal Clerk. Mr. Tennyson Nyangu, who is a Principal Clerk in charge of Janos. And 3, Mr. Lombe Musonda, who is a Protocol Officer. Honourable members, the delegation is in the country on a benchmarking visit to undertake a peer exchange of views and counsel on the management of various parliamentary affairs. Honourable members, on my own behalf and that of the National Assembly, I welcome them to Parliament and wish them fruitful engagements during the course of their stay in the country. I thank you, honourable members. I will resume my seat to allow those members at the door to make their way in. The member for Malava, you appear to be really sprinting around. The third communication, members, relates to prioritization of individual members' bills. Honourable members, as you are aware, pursuant to the calendar adopted by the National Assembly last week, the House is scheduled to hold a total of 55 sittings during the current 6th session before the Senate year recess, which will commence on the 10th of June 2022. In accordance with the provision of Standing Order 40, subsection 3, individual members' business is largely considered on Wednesday mornings. A simple calculation of the remaining days indicate that between today and the date of the Senate year recess, there are about 17 such sitting days reserved for consideration of individual members' business. Further, honourable members, as of today, there are over 40 individual members' bills that are awaiting consideration at various stages in the House. In this regard, the House Business Committee has resolved that all individual members' bills shall be forthwith listed in the order paper in order of their respective publication dates. This will accord each of this category of business a fair opportunity of being considered by the House during this session. Honourable members, it has been noted with concern that in the recent past, a number of members have been absent whenever their bills are called for consideration at either second reading or committee of the whole House stages. Consequently, the House Business Committee has resolved that in the event that a member is not present when his or her bill is called out on Wednesday mornings, consideration of the particular bill will stand deferred in that sitting and shall not be accorded priority in the subsequent sittings. Moreover, the particular bill shall be placed at the bottom of the list of individual members' bills scheduled for consideration in subsequent sittings. Honourable members, for purposes of tomorrow morning sitting, the bills that have been prioritized for consideration include the National Disaster Management Authority Bill sponsored by the Honourable Kimani Ichung'wah, MP, the Public Service Commission Amendment Bill sponsored by the Honourable Benjamin Mwangi, MP, the Alcoholic Drink Control Amendment Bill sponsored by the Honourable Silvanus Osoro, MP, which are scheduled for Committee of the Whole House stage. 21 other individual members' bills are also scheduled for second reading. In this regard, I call upon members to pay special attention to the notice paper annexed to the order paper of this particular sitting, which contains the notification of the business scheduled to be considered tomorrow morning. I do hope that all members are duly notified and guided and will adhere to the said regulation. I thank you, honourable members.
Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions.
Take your seat. Honourable members, standing under 225, subsection 2, paragraph B, requires the Speaker to report to the House any petition other than those presented by a member. Further, Article 119 of the Constitution provides for the right of any person to petition Parliament to consider any matter within its authority, including petitioning the House to enact, amend, or repeal any legislation. In this regard, honourable members, I wish to report to the House that my office has received a petition from various members of Riverbank Residents Housing Welfare Group, or PO Box 72236, Nairobi, calling for the urgent issuance of certificates of titles and leases to members of the group living in land registered as LR number 11150 in Embakasi sub-county of Nairobi County. In their petition, honourable members, the petitioners aver that they were settled in the aforementioned land in Embakasi in 1997 following political skirmishes that had engulfed the area at the time. The said 70-acre parcel of land is now comprising of over 500 families. For over 2 decades, the petitioners have attempted in vain to secure allotment letters to the land as proof of ownership with a view to facilitating subdivisions among the residents. Following a survey in 2014, the land occupied by the residents was classified as a settlement scheme comprising of 3 phases. The residents later received funding for a water supply project, street lighting, and sanitation facilities supported by the Nairobi City County government and the World Bank. This was followed by a publication of a notice for issuance of titles and leases by the Ministry of Lands in conjunction with the Nairobi City County government in 2018, but which was never implemented. Honourable members, the petitioners are thus now vulnerable to risks of being displaced yet again from their land by unscrupulous land grabbers and being redundant squatters. The petitioners thus seek the intervention of this House in establishing the ownership status of the parcels of land registered as LR number 11150, LR number 18111, and Block 10 in Embakasi sub-county, in revoking any irregular subdivision and allocation of the land, and to secure urgent issuance of certificates of title and leases to the residents. Honourable members, having determined that the matters raised by the petitioners are well within the authority of this House, I order that, pursuant to the provision standing under 227, subsection 1, this petition is committed to the Departmental Committee on Lands, and the committee is required to consider the petition and report its findings to the House and to the petitioners in accordance with standing order 227, subsection 2. I thank you, honourable members. Looking at the intervention box, the following have indicated that they want to say something on this. Start with the member for Suna West. The member for Endebess.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I would want to support that petition. And Honorable Speaker, especially when it comes to residents of Embakasi, in as far as their ownership of the land is concerned. Honorable Speaker, what we've seen in many places, especially here within Nairobi, we've seen families being evicted, even at night, even during the corona time, Honorable Speaker, in a very unfair way. So, Honorable Speaker, I think it will be important that the committee intervenes in this matter and tries to look even further beyond that, so that we, especially when it comes to Nairobi, it has been very sad. You hear of people being evicted in a very inhuman way by the police, coming at night and demolishing people's houses. So I think the Committee on Lands should be able to give human face when it comes to ownership, so that the rightful owners, especially within Nairobi, are identified and their property are protected. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Member Vonyando.
I thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Good to see you during this last session. And I thank God for healing your broken arms. Well, I also support this petition, Honorable Speaker, and this has become a common thing within Nairobi and other urban centers, where people are duped into buying property whose legal standings are questionable. And this is just one such of those requests that I believe we will continue to get into this House. But as the committee retreats to look into this matter in depth, it will also be important that those who would want to purchase property at least carry out due diligence, Honorable Speaker, because it may be that people have sold the same property to different buyers, and at the end of it all, people are caught into a situation where documentation cannot be authenticated, or the Ministry of Lands cannot verify with specificity the origins of these parcels of land, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, on a different note also, because I had pressed my intervention button a little earlier, if you indulge me, there is a matter that you have always come to the rescue of this House, and this relates to inordinate delay of the NGCDF. There was an undertaking by Treasury and the committee of NGCDF that by January, all the accounts could have received 100 million shillings across the nation, Honorable Speaker. That has not happened, even though I reckon that there is the passage of supplementary budget that is underway. But I think because you have directed this before, you can direct now that as we come to the...
Yeah, as you know, under Standing Order 225, if you looked at, and I'm sure the Honorable Jared Okello is aware, the matter would be obviously not relevant to the comments, clarifications on petitions. So maybe you may have to raise that later. It was misplaced. Next, member for Kapuchai.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this petition is rightly placed before us, and I support it. Because, Mr. Speaker, without land title certificates, Mr. Speaker, people cannot do business, people cannot acquire loans on the assets, so they sit on, Mr. Speaker. And, Mr. Speaker, should that not be the case then, members who sit on such lands, Mr. Speaker, in the future have been abused, corruption has increased, plots have been grabbed, Mr. Speaker. So to protect their future, to protect their siblings, Mr. Speaker, is in order that we do what the petition demands from us. And, Mr. Speaker, that will not only be the best for Nairobians. So, Mr. Speaker, even as we talk today, a team in Webuye, Mr. Speaker, now we all fall, Mr. Speaker, they fall under the same category, and government should take steps in it to make sure they are well settled and they get right notice. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You must advise them to bring a petition. That cannot be the petition. So please, honourable members, remember Standing Order number 1 provides that the Speaker is to give direction and determination on any matter about which there is no specific provision. The Speaker has since determined that For this purpose, for the purpose of comments seeking clarifications on petitions, each person speaking shall be limited to a maximum of 2 minutes. So please use your 2 minutes in a relevant way. Member for North Imenti.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I join the petitioners. Mr. Speaker, Embakasi people need titles. Mr. Speaker, I have a similar case in North Imenti. His Excellency the President and the Deputy President in 2017 gave us titles for Majengo, Mjini, and Salama. But one of my villages, Shauriako, it is called Shauriako village, never received those titles, Mr. Speaker. And now, because they cannot get those titles, it has become an issue. Mr. Speaker, I wish when we are doing, I have brought it even before to the committee, there are many people who want to take titles of people, the land, and they should be given those titles. I think it's high time that the government decentralizes giving the titles, and hopefully we can get titles for Shauriako in Gakoromone, which is got the biggest market in East and Central Kenya. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I hope we can get it for Meru as well.
Please bring us an appropriate petition for Gakoromone. This one is about Embakasi and even Shauri yetu. Member for Makueni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the proof of ownership of any land is a title deed, and unless acquired fraudulently, those people have an entitlement. Mr. Speaker, this particular petition, the petitioners qualify for adverse possession, and it is true, as they have alleged, there are people who have a habit of grabbing land and processing title deeds while others are settled there. And unless a title deed is made for the people of Embakasi in this particular petition, Mr. Speaker, there is every likelihood, and the fear is real, that they may lose their land. And owing to their history that they'd been resettled there following election skirmishes, Mr. Speaker, it's only fair that Parliament assists this particular team. Mr. Speaker, I support the petition, and I believe a positive response will come before, Mr. Speaker, the House goes on recess so that this particular House can serve the people of Embakasi. I thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support it.
Member for Ugunja.
Mr. Speaker, this petition is really critical, in my view, because, Mr. Speaker, if left to their own devices, these city dwellers are likely to be left homeless. Because, Mr. Speaker, there is a tendency, and my committee has dealt with a similar case, I think, like yesterday, of people who are well connected to be basically going around scavenging for open spaces, and sometimes not so open spaces. And they move with speed to process ownership documents. Yes, so the fact that these innocent Nairobians have stayed on this land for more than 20 years actually now, is an indictment on the leadership. They should have been enabled to acquire ownership documents long time ago. Mr. Speaker, that petition needs to be processed as quickly as possible for these Kenyans to be protected. Thank you.
Member for Dagoretti South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I do stand in solidarity with the petitioners, and particularly, Mr. Speaker, because the case of land grabbing of parcels of land that have actually been accorded titles is very rife in Nairobi, Mr. Speaker. And beyond the grabbing, Mr. Speaker, there is also dispossession of people who rightfully own these titles. Mr. Speaker, my plea is to the committee. As they are attending to this petition, the offenders are actually the people who are supposed to be the protectors of the owners of titles. The offenders reside in the office of lands, Mr. Speaker, in the Ministry of Lands, at the registry, Mr. Speaker. This is where corruption is so rife that your title can actually be sold to a second or third party while you actually own your own title and you have it under lock and key in the safe. So, Mr. Speaker, as the committee is attending to this, let them also establish what is the status of the digitization of titling of land in Kenya, Mr. Speaker. This will be important not only to the people of Embakasi, but to the people of the entire country. Because as we speak, there is a case in Dagoretti South of a piece of land which is public, and we cannot even trace the title in the Ministry of Lands. Mr. Speaker, I do hope that the committee is going to do a diligent job on this particular petition. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Suna West for the second time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I'm in support of the petition. Mr. Speaker, the issue of land is a very emotive issue. More so because the demand is so high and you cannot increase the size of the land. And more so when you don't have a title deed. And most of land grabbers, Mr. Speaker, are rich people. So when they get such a big land where poor people are living and they don't have documentation, chances are very high that at one given time they lose their land. Mr. Speaker, on the same note, I did some research last year about the effect of demolition of urban areas in selected areas within Nairobi County. It was published in February, beginning of this month, in a global scientific journal. Mr. Speaker, if you go through the journal, the document, it will show you the effect of such a things. So many people have died because of their losing their land where they have stayed for a long time. So many people have lost their property because of such an effect. Mr. Speaker, I support this, and I'm very happy because there are students in my area who are coming from slum area where there is no title deed, Nyangubo Primary. They happen to be here today, and the same topic is being discussed in this house. So, Mr. Speaker, when they go back and the people of Suna West will see, surely, those who do not have title deed will get an opportunity to get their title deed should this petition go through. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Member for Lamu County.
Bwana Spika, ili ombi la Embakasi ni donda sugu. Ombi hili lafaa lifuatiliziwe kwa kina, na ombi hili likitajwa, tukisema Embakasi inashika Kenya nzima. Hata ingekuwa kuna mikakati ya ikitajwa moja itatue matatizo ya Kenya nzima. Kwa sababu itakuwa ni kazi petition nyingi. Manake petition tunaeka lakini hazifikiwi sana, zinaenda kwa maswali. Bwana Spika, kwangu Lamu kuna matatizo ya ardhi ambayo imefikisha paka watu wanauana. Widho, kama mmeona, watu wameuawa kwa sababu wanasema shida ni ardhi. Sasa paka sasa sisi hatujajua ukweli na serikali haijatuambia ukweli ni nini. Ni ardhi, ni Al-Shabaab, au ni uchumi, au ni siasa. Bwana Spika, mimi naomba pia wakitatua tatizo la Embakasi, na mimi nitaenda kwa hiyo kamati pia tuulize, watuambie ukweli uko wapi. Kama ni ardhi, kwa nini ifikie ardhi watu wauane? Na ardhi ziko tele zimewekwa hapo, ardhi house, title deed ziko nyingi, wapewe wenyewe zile ambazo ziko tayari. Zimekaa tele hapo, Bwana Spika. Asante, shukran.
Member for Kilifi North.
Speaker, thank you very much and I would like to say from the beginning I support this petition because in this country, Mr. Speaker, someone can steal your television set and is prosecuted as a thief. But in this country, when someone steals land, he'll be told that a civil case. And they'll go to court, and eventually the person whose land was stolen loses the case, and actually the land goes to the thief, and that thief is celebrated. That is the agony that we have in this country. The issue of title deeds and theft of land, and we have seen many people steal land at the coast. Land is stolen, left, people steal land, but they are celebrated because it is not seen as a criminal offense to take away the land of someone. And we see it even in the court in Malindi, in Mombasa. Our people lose land every day to fraudulent activities, which are actually known. But you see, I think the best thief in this country is a land thief. If you're a land thief, nobody bothers about you. You actually celebrated, you sell the land, you make money, and you actually become a politician at the end of the day. We elect you into parliament. But, Mr. Speaker, this problem can only stop if this country moves very fast and ensures that every piece of land in this country has a title, a genuine title. But because of the issues that we have, people are not being given land, and someone comes, titles to land, or the Ministry of Lands here keeps all the titles. Titles are given, but they're not given to the people. Someone comes, makes a forged land title and says, this is my land. And the person who lost the land is forced to go to court to claim what is stolen. We need to look at this critically. Otherwise, we shall continue to celebrate people who steal land in this country, which must stop. And it is a major problem at the coast of Kenya, and especially in
Member for Gilgil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also rise to...
Don't fumble with the document, with the gadgets.
No, sorry, Mr. Speaker, my mic had gone off. That is the problem. I write to support the petitioners on this issue, and Mr. Speaker, as many have said, it's a very emotional issue, and I think they come to Parliament, especially after trying the judiciary, and when you take it to the judiciary, it takes years actually to deal with. But Mr. Speaker, my point will be on the time that the petition will take. I know the standing orders say 60 days, but given that we are at the sunset of this Parliament, I wish that the committee can fast track it and make it expedite the issue within the 60 days, but make it as soon as possible so that these petitioners can actually get answers and get way forward on their land. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Nambale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have two comments. One relates to the slightly earlier order, if you allow me. I liked the Business Committee decision on individual members' bills. At least it shows that the House Business Committee now has some regard for new legislation and policy change that can arise from member-initiated bills. I wish that we had this kind of position much earlier on, focusing on the productivity of this House based on the contributions of private members' bills, not just on the floor, but through those kinds of amendments and initiatives. On this issue of the land petition, unfortunately, we sympathize, we empathize. That's not going to help. As we continue to tighten the law against grabbers, we should also, I think about other financial sector support mechanisms. Even countries as advanced as the US, but which had a history of land grabbing in the earlier part of their history, have incorporated compulsory insurance of title by lenders, so that at the worst case scenario, you do have to go through that, you probably have some recourse. That poor people are not always the ones thrown out in the cold or thrown out in the rain. I do support. I look forward to discussing it when it comes.
Member for Luanda.
Thank you, Speaker. I support this petition, but I think the issue about land in this country needs a little more serious thought to go into it. Because, Mr. Speaker, land does not increase. From the time God created this earth, the land that we have is finite, but our population keeps increasing. So today we are titling land, and we are saying that we want to give our people titles, but we are increasing in our population. Now, we are, like in Rwanda today, we have got, I only know about 5 people who've got about 5 acres. So if we continue titling this land to such small portions, I think it will become unproductive. I think we need to seriously address ourselves to land use regime in this country. I think that is what we need to do. But I support the petition. It's true, this is the regime that we have. The people of Embakasi need their titles. But we need to seriously think about the whole issue about land ownership and land use in the country as we go forward. Thank you, Speaker.
Member for Nyaribari Church.
Honorable Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to speak into this petition, and I support it from the onset. Honorable Speaker, land is a very emotive issue in all parts of the country, especially in Kisii. Honorable Speaker, land is a very, very serious issue, considering the population of the community and the size of land that we occupy. I remember, Honorable Speaker, when I flew with you to Kisii, you were able to clearly tell from the skies that you have already gotten into Kisii by the number of homesteads you can see from the skies. And that's a very, very dangerous thing, and we need to come up with a policy, Honorable Speaker, which can make it possible for people to live in a compound so that they can leave out land for development. If all of us are going to be given our small share and we are going to subdivide it further to our children, we won't even have enough space to build anything or to be productive and grow some crops which will enhance our economy. So I suggested that, with Honorable Speaker, In my constituency, which covers Kisii Town, we have land which has been grabbed, and we have already raised those issues, and we are hoping that the Land Commission will be able to address them so that the land which doesn't expand can go back to the public and for usage, for posterity, our children to use, and the community to enrich from it, so that we make Kenya and our community better than we found it. I support.
Member for Kwanza.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. Land is very emotive. Mr. Speaker, apart from us actually meeting the petitioners, I want to suggest that after meeting the petitioners, the Committee of Lands should have the opportunity and the time to go to Embakasi and see for themselves what is there. Because we can pass it here and, without having the facts on the ground. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, much as we are saying we support, but I also request that this House allows the Committee of Lands to go on the ground and see exactly what is happening, so that they can be able to actually show that we have the authority to be able to make the law of this country. Therefore, I think that's what we should do. Apart from, of course, us saying we support, let them see what's happening on the ground as a committee. Thank you so much.
Finally, member for Narok North.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'd like to join my colleagues to actually say that this land grabbing has become rampant. It's actually spreading to all parts of the country, and it's not just restricted to towns. In fact, we have seen people having duplicate title deeds on farmlands that are actually in the interior of the country, and it is actually something that has been a problem. All I can call for is that the Committee on Lands should expedite its work on this particular petition and ensure that these people are saved. And more than that, I will also plead to the courts of law to ensure that cases of this nature that are before them are actually looked into, and punitive and people who have actually done these heinous acts should be punished severely. Because if there is no deterrent, if there are no deterrent measures taken by the courts, then people become emboldened. In fact, the other day I had the former Chief Justice talk about all women in Kajiado who have been deprived of their livelihoods, their land and everything by crooks. And I think the Committee on Land should actually look at this and spread it to other parts of the country, because it's becoming a terrible thing, because now we have got professional land grabbers and they should be stopped at their tracks. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Finally, the member for Kitutu Chache North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me a chance to contribute on this important bill, the important petition. Mr. Speaker, the land issue is one of the greatest issues in this country. And we keep on talking about it without the timelines. Why can't we, this parliament, ensure that there are timelines when people who have settled in various areas should get their titles? Mr. Speaker, it should not take years and years for somebody to get a title to a land where he or she has been living for the last 20, 30, 40, 50 years. Mr. Speaker, I would urge the Committee on Lands to come up with some timelines frame so we can give to the Lands Commission so that they adhere by it. If they don't, we know we should have some penalty for they have not achieving those timelines. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support.
Very well. Next order.
Order number 6. Order number 5, papers. Order number 5, papers.
Leader of the Majority Party.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Tuesday, February the 15th, 2022. 1. Reports of the Auditor General and financial statements in respect of the following institutions for the year ended 30th of June 2021, and the certificates therein. The Kenya National Commission on Human Rights Car Mortgage and Loan Scheme, the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights, State Department for Wildlife, State Department for Information Communication, Technology and Innovation, the Ministry of Environment and Forestry, Ministry of Water, Sanitation and Irrigation, Anti-Counterfeit Agency, the State Department for East Africa Community, the State Department for Regional and Northern Corridor Development, the State Department for Sports, the State Department for Tourism, the State Department for Social Protection, and lastly, this category, the State Department for Trade and Enterprise Development. The second batch is the reports of the Auditor General and financial statements in respect to the following institutions for the year ended 30th of June 2020, and the certificates therein. One is Garissa University, the National Social Security Fund, University of Embu, Ewasonyiro North River Development Authority, and Kaimosi Friends University College. The third batch of papers is the reports of the Auditor General and financial statements in respect to the following constituencies for the year ended 30th of June 2020, and the certificates therein. And the constituencies are Navaholo, Nambale, Kwanza, Molo, Kuresoi North, Makadara, Kirinyaga Central, Kibra, and South Imenti. Next batch, the reports of the Auditor General and financial statements in respect to the following constituencies for the year ended 30th of June 2019, and the certificates therein. And these are Baringo North, Manyata, Matayos, Igembe North, Kapenguria, Nyando, Soy, Luanda, Mwatate, Umvita, Tarbo, and Keyo South. And lastly, the reports of the Auditor General and financial statements in respect to the following institutions for the year ended 30th of June 2019, and the certificates therein. The Matili Technical Training Institute, Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital, the Anti-Female Genital Mutilation Board, and the Media Council of Kenya. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
No, before there is chairman, the chairman, Departmental Committee on Finance and Planning, the chairperson, or the vice. Is it Honorable Mwaluko?
Mwalika.
Mwalika.
Yes. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that, taking into consideration the recommendation of the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning, in its reports on the recruitment of National Assembly nominee to the Equalization Fund Advisory Board, and pursuant to the provision of Section 8 of the Public Appointments Fundamental Approval Act 2011 and paragraph 4(1)(d) of the Public Finance Management Equalization Fund Administration Regulation 2021, this House approves the appointment of Abdullahi Adan Karif to the Equalization Fund Advisory Board.
Honorable Mwaliko, we are at the stage of tabling all the papers. When that is over, you go to order number 6, which is notices of motion, which is what you appear to have been doing. But from my records here, you are supposed to be tabling a report of your committee's consideration of His Excellency the President's memorandum on the Kenya Deposit Insurance Amendment Bill.
That one I don't have. Maybe it's not.
Well, that means that it has not been transmitted to your committee. Next order is order number 6.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Yeah, he has no notice.
What he was doing is to move the motion at the order number 12. We are not yet there.
Honorable, is it Bonnie, member from Bonnie, isn't it? Oh, okay, this is the rural. There? Boni. The Honorable Boni, member for Kitui Rural. Oh, that's dangerous, eh? Well, I think you appear to have been moving the motion which appears as order number 12. We haven't reached here yet.
Okay.
Yeah, we will get there. Let's move to the next order.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
First question is by the member for Tharaka, who has requested for deferment. Request is acceded to. So it's deferred generally. In the courts, I would say it has been stood over generally, SOG. The next is by the member for North Imenti.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask question number 19 of 2022 to the Cabinet Secretary for Interior and Coordination of National Government. Mr. Speaker, 1, could the Cabinet Secretary explain why the beneficiaries of the late Police Constable Japhet Kambudo of force number 47163 and personnel number 198411120, who hailed from Gitugu, sublocation Ngonyi, location in North constituency, and passed away on 21st of July 2019, have not been paid his pension and other dues. 2, Mr. Speaker, what measures is the ministry putting in place to ensure that the dues are paid to the beneficiaries without any further delays? Mr. Speaker, this question goes to the Departmental Committee on Administration. And Mr. Speaker, it's a pity that somebody who has served this country in the line of duty, he has died and has not been paid up to date. This is now 3 years down the line. So, Mr. Speaker, I hope the majority leader or the chairman can sort this issue out as soon as possible. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, of course, to address us at length. The question will be replied to before the Committee on Administration and National Security. Next question is by the member for Nyandarua County, the Honorable Faith Wairimu Getau.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I wish to ask Cabinet Secretary for Health the following questions. Could the Cabinet Secretary explain the nature of the recent contractual disagreements between the Kenya Association of Private Hospitals and the National Health Insurance Fund, which were reported to affect private and public hospitals, considering that this has adversely affected healthcare service delivery across the country since December 2021? What steps has the government taken to resolve the dispute so as to ensure that delivery of healthcare services is not interrupted? What measures, if any, is the government putting into place to ensure improved efficiency, transparency, and accountability on use of healthcare insurance covers and expenditure of related funds, since the success of universal health coverage will largely depend on reforms in the health sector? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The question will be replied to before the Departmental Committee on Health. The next question is by the member for Kibwezi East, the Honorable Jessica Mbalu, who has written to request for deferment to the 17th of this month. The request has been acceded to. Therefore, question is deferred to the 17th. Last question is by the member for Marsabit County, the Honorable Safia Sheikh.
Thank
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Honorable Speaker, I raise to ask question number 038 of 2022 directed to the Cabinet Secretary of Health. What is the implementation or status of the universal health coverage program in Marsabit County? What measures have been put in place to ensure availability of adequate health care service, including maternal health services to women residing in formal settlement and rural area in the county? What step has the ministry taken to guarantee the health and safety of mothers and children during birth in order to reduce maternal rate as a result of childbirths occurring in homes? What step is the ministry taking to ensure that women are not forced by circumstances to give birth at home, given the long journey they have to endure to access healthcare facilities which are located in far areas? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The question will be replied to before the Departmental Committee on Health. Next order.
Order number 8, the Health Laws Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 2 of 2021, second reading. Question to be put.
This, are they still in the House? The member for Kadri has since assumed some. Honorable Tiende Amolo, you have something you want to say?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I see that we have come to the stage of putting a question on this. Mr. Speaker, I'm acutely aware of your guidance, a very detailed guidance that was issued on 21st October 2021. In all its 19 pages, after intervention by about 12 members, Mr. Speaker, you did give guidance that in a very clear manner from page 17, that the committee will basically restart the process of undertaking public consultation, that they must demonstrate that they undertook the consultation, they must invite the public, they must consider the representations from the public, and that ultimately they must attempt to resolve the issues raised.
For a minute. Those 3, 5, 6 members, Honorable Masara and company, you appear to want to be in a barasa, please. Just withdraw. Go and do it out there. Or go to Suna West. Please, we need to, we must, this is serious business. Please. And who is this member who is the member, this member, the lady, you're just dotting all over the cast. Niger the Buffalo. What has happened to the lady, the member, the gracious lady? Please, whatever the cause for excitement, please just let us listen to the Honorable Member for Arienda.
Thank you.
Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my understanding, and indeed the very clear stipulation in your guidance, therefore, is that there are 4 preconditions that must be satisfied before the report is resubmitted for consideration at the second reading. Mr. Speaker, it is my understanding that last Thursday, the committee may have submitted a report subject to guidance by the Hansard. But it is not my understanding that they demonstrated compliance with each of the 4. It is my further understanding, Mr. Speaker, that given the nature of the guidance, the resubmission of the report then would require basically a fresh start to the second reading, because what had been dealt with in part was invalidated by your guidance. And it essentially means that then once the report is submitted, we restart the process and complete it, ensuring compliance with the guidance in the 4 points before we can come to the question to be put. So, Mr. Speaker, I seek your guidance whether you are satisfied, and this House is satisfied, that the 4 preconditions were complied with and that the report was resubmitted for purposes of restarting the second reading. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Who remembers what happened? Because I wasn't on the chair, as you may. Well, let's hear from the Leader Majority.
Honorable Speaker, indeed, you did rule on the committee going back to the public and sorting out, resolving all the issues that had been raised, and asked them to bring in an addendum to the report. The committee did hold extra public participation meetings and with the facilitation from Parliament, and they did produce an addendum to the report, which, Honorable Speaker, you authorized to be tabled in the House. And that report was tabled on Thursday. Now, in the meantime, what we had done on Wednesday, on the assurance that the committee has complied and you have actually approved the report for tabling, we commenced the debate for the second reading on Wednesday. And the debate ended because of the lack of interest by members to contribute, not through Standing Order 95. Because the members who had an interest, for some reason, decided they were not keen to contribute. So once the second reading was completed, we took a decision that we will not have the question put until the report has been submitted, which was then tabled on Thursday. And even at that point, I did request the Speaker, the Deputy Speaker, to postpone the putting of the question so that members would have the weekend, and I believe that's what he actually advised members to do, that they have the weekend to look through the tabled report so that by the time they come to make a decision today, they will have had the benefit of the proceedings during the second reading, the committee report, and then they can make an informed choice on whether to support the bill or not. And remembering that we are only talking of second reading, members will still have an opportunity when they have read the report for bringing their own amendments until by the time we get to the third reading. But it does appear that either members did not get that communication last week, because as of today, I was still getting inquiries from members asking that they still want the committee report to be tabled. So my plea, Honorable Speaker, to you is to give members the full opportunity, first of all, to read the report, then the addendum to the report, to go through the Hansard to see the contribution during the second reading. Perhaps we need to guide and appoint another date for the second reading, during which point nobody will come and claim they have not read the report, because it's available, it's in the House, and then they can have the question put with members feeling they have at least looked at all the issues and have satisfied themselves. And knowing that even after that question is put, after the second reading, it's what facilitates the real detailed sitting at the committee level, where each of the members would have the opportunity to bring an amendment to whatever they are uncomfortable with and convince the rest of the House in the committee to go with them. So I think but that might be the fairest thing. So as we step it down, then you can guide on when, probably even a week. It's taken a year, so another 1 week will not necessarily be of major consequence, but members will feel. I would hate to see a very progressive bill like this suffering because of members voting based on emotions rather than facts. And hence, if we can do 1 more week until next week, we could at least
do justice to the healthcare reforms, and also how the members vote from a point of internalizing what the committee has done. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Dwele, you appear to have been given the answer that you appear to have been the one who caused this hiatus.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'm the one, in fact, who raised this matter on Tuesday, the 5th of October. And Honorable Tiene Molo, Honorable Nyekal, Honorable Kaluma, many members, Honorable Eseli, who are members of the committee, raised their objection. Mr. Speaker, the whole issue was about the proposed amendments on various statutory and regulatory bodies. But what Honorable Otiende is raising is what I raised last Thursday. Mr. Speaker, you gave a 19-page communication. 19-page communication, Mr. Speaker. And in your communication, the last paragraph of the 4 key areas you have asked, Mr. Speaker, the last paragraph of your communication, page 19 of 19, and I agree with Honorable Otiende on procedure. You said that the second reading of the bill should not come to the floor of the House until and when the addendum is tabled first. So, Speaker, that did not happen. And I agree with Honorable Otiende, that is where we have a problem with. So then the second reading started minus the addendum. Then when it was on the order paper on Thursday last week for the question to be put, the Vice Chair of the Health Committee tabled the addendum. And I raised this same matter with the Speaker, the Deputy Speaker who was on the chair, and asked whether he's aware of the communication of the Speaker that says the committee to resubmit its report to the House after complying with this guidance before resuming with its consideration at second reading. That is the last bit of your ruling, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, the leader of majority now is like, from what he said, is like he's giving us the way forward, but the way forward will be given by the Speaker. So we are saying, these are, Mr. Speaker, these are very, why you gave 19-page communication, these are very emotive matter, Mr. Speaker. I am sure members will agree with me. Clinicians, nurses, pharmacists, doctors are texting us who are their representatives. They are telling us the minister wants to take the powers in the statutory and regulatory bodies in appointing to various. He wants to appoint himself if there is somebody from KPMDU, if from the Nursing Council of Kenya. So, Mr. Speaker, these are very serious matter. So I think you will give us guidance, but I think on procedure, the Speaker, I agree with Honorable Otiende Omolo that your communication must be complied with. And your communication, among others, was saying second reading of this bill cannot begin without the Health Committee first submitting, so the debate can be part of what they have done, the public participation. So, Mr. Speaker, I think you are our able speaker, you'll give us direction, but this is a very, very important bill, and to every members, it is not progressive as the leader of majority is saying. This is a very retrogressive against the Bill of Rights, where statutory and regulatory health institutions run by doctors and nurses and clinicians and pharmacists are being their powers are being given to the minister. So we are creating an imperial minister of health. We must reject it. In fact, we should put the question, Mr. Speaker, and finish this matter. Yeah, we should finish this matter. I don't know why we haven't bothered.
Now, honourable members, I wish the member for Kangema now could take a seat. And it's the member with no hair on the head. The Honourable Patrick Mariru. You are the one without hair. These 5 years have been grueling, are they not? Honourable members, I think the issue being raised is one of procedure and one of trying to comply with the directions given in my ruling of 21st October last year. And there are a number of issues that are to be noted. I've listened carefully to what the Leader of Majority has said, one of which is that debates on the bill concluded at the stage of contributions when there was no other member contributing. And therefore, the natural thing being for the mover to be called upon to reply without a question being put on that date. But it's important that I go back to my communication of 21st of October, and among other things, in the main body of my communication, I did indicate that from a perusal of the report tabled before the House, it is evident, though, the committee laudably applied itself to the tasks it was given by the House, it fell slightly short of the standards required. The committee did invite the public to participate in its consideration of the bill. The committee gave notice for the public to submit memoranda and thereafter invited the key stakeholders it had identified to a virtual meeting and other meetings. The committee did receive submissions from key stakeholders affected by the proposals in the bill, as well as other interested members of the public. Reading through Part 3 of the report, members will note that the committee took great lengths to record the submissions received from the public and concluded its report by recommending amendments to various provisions of the bill. The only major gap that is apparent from the body of the report is a commentary or a record noting how the committee considered the submissions it received, its views on those submissions, and reasons for either agreeing or disagreeing with the submissions. Unless this omission is remedied, the assumption by members of the public and non-members of the committee shall remain that the public participation conducted by the committee was a mere perfunctory exercise without any bearing on the final outcome of the bill. Honourable members, the obligation to facilitate public participation in legislative processes can only be fully discharged if the public who take their time to either submit memoranda or make oral submissions receive adequate feedback from this House on such submissions. I do agree that not all submissions may be relevant. A submission may be outlandish. It may even not relate to the subject matter under consideration. It may propose expansion of a bill in a manner that is prohibited under our standing orders. It may be untenable for the fact that it impacts current or future budgets in a manner that cannot be supported in the short or medium term. Nevertheless, Parliament as a House of Record must ensure that all such submissions are received, recorded, and afforded clear and proper feedback. The legislative process and in the legislative process and give reasons on the position taken by a committee. It is the duty of each committee to meticulously sleeve the cocktail of submissions it receives and note the manner in which that exercise informs the recommendations that it makes to the House. This House makes laws that directly affect the people, hence the participatory approach to lawmaking required by the Constitution. We cannot expect the public to look favorably at laws made by the House when their input is disregarded without them being given the courtesy of a proper reason. The report of the Departmental Committee on Health on its consideration of the Health Laws Amendment Bill 2021 does not expressly indicate the manner in which it considered the submissions it received from the public or provide any reasons either in agreement or disagreement with the submissions. Consequently, it is my view that the conduct of public participation on the bill is incomplete and wanting to that extent. And before concluding, honourable members, I recall that the debate on the matter that gave rise to the guidance, there arose issues of whether a minority report may be appended to a committee report on a bill. And that had been alluded to by the Honourable Dr. Simiu Eseli. I would not expect the member for Tongaren, who is serving a stand term in this House, to be misled on this matter. And for the abundance of that, I quoted at Standing Order 199, subsection 5, which reads that a report having been adopted by a majority of members, a minority or dissenting report may be appended to the report by any member or members of the committee. These were therefore the summary of the guidance. That the role of the Speaker in respecting, defending, and upholding the Constitution is limited to the procedural aspects of the exercise of the mandate granted to the House by Article 95 of the Constitution. The form, substance, and manner in which the Health Laws Amendment Bill 2021 was introduced in the House according to the provisions of the Constitution and the standing orders of the House. The House remains at liberty to effect any changes deemed fit to the bill in the exercise of its legislative mandate. The Constitution, however, reserves the powers to determine the constitutionality or otherwise of a resolution made by the House to the High Court. Number two, that the Health Laws Amendment Bill 2021, which seeks to amend various health-related statutes and is presented in an omnibus format, is in order so as to the form and style of the House. Number three, in order to discharge the requirement to facilitate public participation under Article 118 of the Constitution and Standing Order 127, a committee of the House to which a bill is committed must undertake and demonstrate the discharge of two distinct tasks in its report to the House, being as follows. A, the committee must invite the public to participate in the consideration of the bill and prescribe an adequate period of time within which submissions are to be made. The period may be determined with reference to the substance of the bill and the urgency of the matter under its consideration. And B, the committee must consider any representations it receives from the public on a bill by deliberating on each submission received, recording its view or views on the submissions, and providing reasons for either agreeing or disagreeing with the representations in its reports. Number four, to the extent that the report of the committee on the bill does not expressly indicate the manner in which it considers the submissions it received from the public or provide any reasons either in agreement or disagreement with the submissions, the conduct of public participation on the bill does not meet the threshold required by Article 118 of the Constitution and Standing Order 127. Number five, that the report of the Committee on Health on the consideration of the bill is hereby referred back to the committee for regularization along the terms of this guidance. The committee is at liberty to seek further engagement with the public on the bill if need be. And six, that the committee should also address and attempt to resolve the concerns raised by part of its membership in the House with respect to the approach, value, and actualization of the output of the stakeholder engagement exercise. And I concluded thus: having given this guidance and conscious that this bill is one that concerns county governments in terms of Article 110 and 112 of the Constitution, the House will now await the committee to resubmit its report to the House after complying with this guidance before resuming with its consideration at second reading. However, the final decision of the bill and the form in which it will be passed ultimately lies with the House. So it is very clear that the committee was supposed to resubmit its report before commencement of second reading. Now, that was the first day. That appears to have been ignored. Or at least the committee went to sleep. On February 10th, the Hansan record shows that the Honorable Duale rose in his place and raised the issue of a report. He says, let me just say, upon request by the Honorable Duale, the acceptance by Honorable Kutuni are generally our standing orders, we will not put the question to the Health Laws Amendment Bill. The Departmental Committee on Health tabled its report today. And if this is correct, debate had already concluded. Contribution at the day before. I will, this is what the Deputy Speaker said, I will proceed on the basis of standing order number 53, subsection 3. Under normal circumstances, if a report has already been tabled, you fix a date for putting the question. It will be done on Tuesday next week. If the report was not there, we would have put it off indefinitely to allow the committee to table it. We'll then go on to the next order. That's what the hands and records reads. Honourable members, unfortunately, standing order number 53, subsection 3, or just for avoidance of doubt, because, honourable members, the Speaker only invokes standing order number 1, just like I indicated earlier on matters that are not expressly provided for. Standing order number 53, subsection 1 reads, when a motion has been moved, and if necessary seconded, the Speaker shall propose the question thereon in the same manner, in the same terms as the motion, and debate may then take place upon that question which will have been proposed. Subsection 2, at the conclusion of the debate, the Speaker shall put the question. Subsection 3, despite paragraph 2, which is that subsection 2, the Speaker may, on the request of a member, defer the putting of the question to the following day, in which case the Speaker shall thereupon nominate a time at which the question shall be put. The record shows that the Deputy Speaker nominated today as the date when the question is going to be put. So, honourable members, it looks like the Speaker has no latitude on this matter. So, I think we just proceed by our rules. Let me resume my seat to allow those members who are standing out there to make their way. Those members who appear to be tussling there, the two ladies who are tussling with some gentleman. Honorable Jaldesa and company. So, honourable members, may I first of all ask the clerk to confirm that the House quorates. Honourable members, I've been informed by the clerk that we have more than the requisite quorum. I therefore proceed to put the question, which is that the Health Laws Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 2 of 2021, be now read a second time. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. As many as of contrary opinion say nay? Nay. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Honour members, you don't have the numbers. Those of you who are standing to claim for a division, you don't have the numbers. You're only 12. You're only 12. 30. You're only 12. You need 30, Honorable Sankok. Very well, Honourable members, that is dispensed with.
A bill for an act of parliament to make amendments to health-related laws. Order number 9, motion, annulment of the Public Finance Management Sinking Fund Guidelines 2021. Question to be put.
No, you don't have to shout, Honorable Millie.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for indulging me. Mr. Speaker, when I take chocolate, I get a sugar rush. So you'll just excuse me a little. Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to seek your guidance and direction in relation to a number of bills that we are dealing with in the National Assembly. I'll give an example with my bill, the Assisted Reproduction Technology Bill, that was passed before the floor of the House and forwarded to Senate. When I followed the bill in Senate, I was told that the bill was caught up with the ruling of the court, and that between the Senate and the National Assembly, it has not been agreed on the bills that will be dealt with, and that unfortunately my bill is one of those, so they will not even introduce it before the floor of the House. Mr. Speaker, my only concern is that as our own bills are getting stuck in the Senate, in the National Assembly, we are dealing with the bills that are emanating from Senate. Mr. Speaker, my only concern is that therefore we're making ourselves look like we are a junior house to the Senate, which we are not even constitutionally. And I'm just wondering whether then we are not doing our actions here in vain. Why would we go through an entire process, first reading, second reading, committee of the whole house, third reading, only for the bill to be stopped in Senate? Mr. Speaker, can we find out which of those bills then are not going to be considered by Senate so that we don't then act in vain at the National Assembly, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, that was very disturbing because even as we are in the order paper today, we have bills emanating from Senate which we are considering, some of which I also support, like the mental health bill. But our own bills go to Senate and they are not being considered. So maybe if you can give us direction and guidance, because in reaction we might also then decide to defeat the bills even when they are good bills in retaliation. But I think we are beyond that, Mr. Speaker. Can the two houses help us through you?
Just conclude, Honorable Millie, because there are a few others which require the decision of the House. And you can see there are members who, the ones who can't go beyond 4, they are already taking off. So before I can comment on that, let me just, honourable members, put the question on order number 9. That this House adopts a report of the Committee on Delegated Legislation on its consideration of the Public Finance Management, in brackets, Sinking Fund Guidelines 2021, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, September 21st, 2021, and pursuant to the provision of Section 13 of the Statutory Instruments Act 2013, annuls in its entirety the Public Finance Management Sinking Fund Guidelines 2021, published as the Kenya Gazette Notice number 5085 of 2021. Will as many as that opinion say aye? Aye. As many as the contrary opinion say nay? Nay. The ayes have it. Next.
Order number 10, motion, annulment of the Environmental Management and Coordination, Impact Assessment and Audit Amendment Regulations 2016. Question to be put.
Again, honourable members, including the member for Nyandarua, just take your seat. We want you to take part to participate. Now in this one. Honourable members, I put the question. This House adopt a report of the Committee on Delegated Legislation on its consideration of the Environmental Management and Coordination, in brackets, Impact Assessment and Audit, Amendment Regulations 2016, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, November 10, 2021, and pursuant to provisions of Section 18 of the Statutory Instruments Act 2013, and standing under 210, subsection 4, paragraph B, annuls in entirety the environmental management and coordination, in brackets, impact assessment and audit, amendment regulations 2016, published at legal notice number 149 of 2016. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? Nay. The ayes have it. Honourable members, I just also wish to also make this observation. Those two businesses under us, 9 and 10, they relate to the work of the Committee on Delegated Legislation. I'm sure the chair, the vice chair, and the members must have seen the order paper. I think surely, what does it say that when they are all absent, supposing the House voted against them, and part of the reason why, if the business is in your name, surely, I don't know why, and members have traveled all over the world benchmarking. They have not even learned these simple things. That if business is in your name, surely, you should be in the House. Yes, I commend the member from Vita, the chair of Public Investments Committee, and several other chairs I know who will always be here when business that is in their name. The chair of Justice and Legal Affairs does the same. Business that has your name, surely, it's only fair that you should be in the House. Maybe the member for Suba North, we should engage you at the Center for Parliamentary Standards and Training to do some refresher training. I think it is not, but it does not reflect well on you as a chair of the committee. Really, when your business is coming up for decision, when you are absent. No wonder the Honorable Sankok was spiritedly trying to negate. But on the issue raised by the Honorable Millie Odhiambo, I find myself completely lost for once. Because when the Senate says that bill was caught up by the ruling, it is not correct. In fact, the High Court, the entire of the High Court decision, save for 3, one of which is the House was considering last week, the Circle Society's bill, and the amendments to the NHIF bill, and a few sections of another law. Did the Court of Appeal affirm the findings of the High Court? All the others were set aside. They should go and read that very lucid judgment by the Court of Appeal judges. I don't know who interprets these things. And in any event, if the quarrel was that the Senate was not involved, the mere fact that we refer that bill to the Senate, I mean, that is explanation enough that we appreciate that this bill is one that concerns counties. That is the only contention. It's just misapprehension of the provisions of Article 110, Clause 3 of the Constitution. Because surely, if we have referred the bill to them, they just say that there should have been some letter between the two speakers. I mean, should the letter supersede the fact of the bill being referred to that House for them to deal with in a precision that the bill concerns counties? Because it's a matter of functions. That is the argument. So I do not know, I do not understand what is happening in that House. There's a big disconnect. As you know, I know they are even here. Some of the bills that they refer to us, for them, even when our committees were busy doing public participation and considering them, the Senate went and republished them afresh. So they have caused total confusion. When there was an agreement that moving forward, they will get the bills. In fact, I have said, even if they want bills to do with, the supplementary estimates, let them get, because, I mean, it cannot be, we are not legislating for ourselves, we are legislating for the people of Kenya. So, in fact, it's a big challenge that, Honorable Millie, we are still, it's work in progress, we are still continuing to do consultations. Millie, you still have something you want to say on it?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your indulgence. I was just wondering whether you could do a letter to the Speaker of the Senate, just to clear on that. And Mr. Speaker, I was actually telling them that we could also reciprocate and stop dealing with the bills, but I think we need to be the more mature house. We are having bills that are coming here, let's deal with them. But in the meantime, if you could please just write to them and clear that there on that. Thank you.
On this matter, I have written 3 times without replies coming to us. So, sometimes, I don't know. Maybe the old saying about mountain going to Muhammad going to the mountain. Maybe I should get the Honorable Kimunya, the Honorable John Bandi, the Honorable Junet, the Honorable Wangwe to accompany me, the Honorable Angwenyi, the Honorable Mbui. We go to that mountain, I think. It looks like, no, if you bring some coke, things will not work. But the Honorable Dwele is fully aware of these challenges that we've had also. But we will continue discussing, because you can only resolve these matters through discussions, because they don't seem to respond to letters. Honorable Eseli, I see your hand is up.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, what you are saying is causing a lot of concern, not just for us in the House, even in our constituents out there are deeply concerned, because we passed a very important bill in this House which touches on the livelihood of the people in the sugar belt. And that bill is again stuck in the Senate. And I get very surprised because the Speaker of the Senate comes from the sugar belt. And by the bill being stuck there, his own people are actually suffering. And I think the Speaker of the Senate doesn't seem to be seeing the suffering of his people. So, Mr. Speaker, it's true, if the mountain can't come to Muhammad, then Muhammad has to go to the mountain. Perhaps the solution you've come up with might be the best way to resolve this matter once and for all, so the nation doesn't continue suffering at the hands of the Senate misdeeds. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I think, honourable members, maybe we need to pursue the route of negotiations, because one would have expected that a response would come saying we will not read those bills even for the first time, because our bills are not even being read for the first time. And I know several of them are lying there, and there's no formal communication as to what is their fate. So we just hang in the balance. Yet it is true here we are considering quite a number of bills emanating from the Senate, majority of which are private members' bills anyway, given that over 96% of all national legislation is considered by this House. And it's not, I mean, it's the design of the Constitution. There is nothing much one can do. So we'll try to put that pressure. Actually, honestly, the list is long, including the one by the Honorable Millie Odhiambo being number 23 in the list. Date forwarded to the Senate being 20th of December. There are several others. Yes, including those ones of 2019. There are many which was submitted. There's one which was submitted in 2018, and several of a few 2020, 2021. Oh gosh. Honourable members, it's a pity, but we'll keep pursuing. let's not debate this. Let's not debate this issue, Honorable Pukose. Or you have a point of order.
Honorable Speaker, thank you. Having gone through the list, Honorable Speaker, following your communication on the 14 bills that are scheduled by the House Business Committee for every Tuesday for the 55-week sittings, you have scheduled 3 bills for Committee of the Whole House, and the rest of the bills are for second reading. My bill, which is the Kenya Food and Drugs Authority bill, I'm not seeing it among the 40. And it's supposed to be even among the 3 because it was a bill of 2019. So I wonder what is happening about that bill. Because the Committee of Health presented their report, they tabled their report, everything went well. I think we've had a progressive movement in terms of that bill. So I expected it to be among the 3 that were to be for the Committee of the Whole House.
It's awaiting Committee of the Whole House.
Yes.
Yeah. It's awaiting consideration by the Committee of the Whole House. Yeah. So move to the next order.
Order number 11, the Elections Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 3 of 2022, first reading. A bill for an act of Parliament to amend the Elections Act.
Yeah. What is
order?
Yes, Honorable. What's the point of order, Honorable?
Mr. Speaker, I stand on Standing Order 127-2 on matter of this bill. And Mr. Speaker, you remember what transpired when we were dealing or considering the Political Parties Amendment Bill 2021. And I don't want to refresh the mind of members on what happened. But Mr. Speaker, you recall there were many, many amendments that were proposed by members to that bill, an indication that a proper public participation was not conducted. Speaker, you also remember that after your direction, you recall that the windowing process was not done well. It was bungled. There was no proper harmonization of amendments that actually took place, and hence the chaotic scenes that we saw at the Committee of the Whole House. The Speaker, I will go on and on and on and say what was clear. And Mr. Speaker, I don't want to cast aspersion on the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee, but in my honest opinion, they never did an effective public participation within the reading of the Standing Order and the Constitution, Article 118. And Mr. Speaker, in this regard, allow me to go on record that that gave us an issue on whether we have faith on the JLAC, particularly this bill, and Mr. Speaker, from the President of this House in 2016, at the close end of the 2017 general election, election laws amendment bill were brought by IBC, and it was in the wisdom of the people of Kenya, all stakeholders, both within Parliament and outside Parliament, that a joint committee of both houses, led by Honorable Senior Counsel James Orengo and the Governor of Meru, Kraitu Murungi, had to deal with the matter so that the people of Kenya could get a free, fair, and peaceful elections based on the laws that was passed. And I think that set a precedent that even nobody challenged that piece of legislation. Mr. Speaker, I was in the House then. Mr. Speaker, let me also go on record that I have nothing against the chair of JLAC, Honorable Muturu Kigano. I have a lot of respect for him. Neither do I have or have lack of faith on the current membership of the committee, but only to say that following the removal of many, many members, key members to the committee who are not just members, but seasoned lawyers, an example like Honorable Tiede Omolo, who most of us will consider the voice of balance, the voice of reason, is not a member of that committee. So, Mr. Speaker, what do I want you to do and what is therefore the way forward? Speaker, I propose that the bill having been read a first time, this bill should not be committed to JLAC, and you allow us time, preferably, Mr. Speaker, in the next 48 hours, Mr. Speaker, for us members to consult the leadership, to consult ourselves across political divide, to consult ourselves beyond any political or religious ideology and across professions, and maybe propose a special committee which should consider the bill and undertake a very extensive public participation, and thereafter report to the House, Mr. Speaker. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, as you're aware, Standing Order 127.2 provides that this House may resolve to commit a bill to a select committee established for that purpose. Indeed, Honorable Speaker, this is not the first time this House has resolved to form a special committee within the reading of that standing order to consider a bill. You will agree with me, Mr. Speaker, that not all contentious constitutional issues arising, Mr. Speaker, a special committee is the way to go to allow for proper consultation, extensive public participation, Mr. Speaker. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, elections in our country, Mr. Speaker, are very emotive issues, and the more reason why a special committee of a bipartisan nature with our members from the legal fraternity and very seasoned members can be from both sides of the various political divides, where we can have independent members. And Mr. Speaker, through a special committee, we can constitute and build a thorough consensus process that will be right for this bill. It may spill doom, Mr. Speaker, to the legislative process. We don't want to go the route that we saw it in the political parties amendment bill, where now I think nearly more than 5 key organizations have gone to court to challenge. We don't want that everything that we pass in this House to be challenged, but we want where a proper consultation takes place, and the elections laws are very emotive. Finally, Mr. Speaker, what still should we choose to go through the route that we took last year with the political party amendment bill, through JLAC, then 3 things, Mr. Speaker, may happen. 1, we may witness the same chaos, if not worse. We may witness 1,000,001 amendments, Mr. Speaker, on the floor of the House. Speaker, we may witness a failed winnowing process. We may witness, Mr. Speaker, a failed committee of the whole House, and all members who have issues with the bill may decide to attend the JLAC committee and bring more chaos. Because, Mr. Speaker, now that many members have been removed from committees, the only option left is that for members then, I think through you and by writing to you, they will attend as many of them as possible to the many committees. And you can remember, Mr. Speaker, those of us who were in the 11th Parliament, particularly when we were dealing with the reports of the purported impeachment of the former Auditor General, and when we were dealing with the issues of NYS and the current governor of Kirinyaga. The committees were chaos because non-members in their big numbers were attending. So, Mr. Speaker, we don't want to go that route. And in the end, Mr. Speaker, the bill again might end up in the corridors of the court of law. And the time frame left, Mr. Speaker, to the election, the 6 months, we don't want, and we should not allow this. So, Honorable Speaker, in this regard, I propose that you allow us that this bill not be referred to JLAC committee for now, to allow the consultation. I had the leader of minority and many other members raising their concern. We have had different political parties represented in this House raising their concern. And 2, Mr. Speaker, immediately after the first reading, you allow us to consult for not more than 48 hours and allow us to propose a motion to the House to constitute a special committee for the bill pursuant to Standing Order 172.2. And, Mr. Speaker, I am not looking for a job. I am a ranking member. I am busy with the Public Accounts Committee and other works. So I'm only, any member of this House can chair, can be a member of that committee. I am not saying that I should be the person doing that. And finally, Mr. Speaker, the special committee having been constituted, if you allow, and the House allows, and the leadership allows, to consider the Election Amendment Bill 2022, conduct a very extensive public participation, and a report be tabled in the House for consideration in accordance with the standing order. Mr. Speaker, I seek your indulgence and beg you to give us direction. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Now, I see the chair of JLAC. Let me hear him first.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have always had a lot of respect, and I hold the ranking member with a lot of respect. But his statements this afternoon appear to impute some incapacity or some incompetence in a duly constituted committee, a committee composed and approved by this House. The ranking member had every right to remove my name or remove any member or oppose any change. This registration must be viewed like any other registration. The fact that elections are about to ensue does not make it a special bill. There is a tendency in this House, sir, with a lot of respect, for members not to consider themselves in terms of national members and national responsibility. They will view everything in terms of polarization, polarized parties, polarized views by different parties. Then it is impossible for us to legislate smoothly. It is as if you were truly said that the sun rises from the east to the west. They will say the opposite is, so long as just for the sake of opposing. Mr. Speaker, I emphasize that there are no special circumstances that remove this bill from the normal procedure, normal process as envisaged by the standing orders. Not a single aspect of the bill that cannot be duly considered in a normal way. The ranking member has every right to come to second reading, put in amendments, oppose, right? Participate in public participation when the matter is, right? I'm not addressing you because you refer to me as, but I'm addressing the speaker. You'll hear it through the speaker, right? And I don't want any other interruptions, Mr. 001. Do not keep on, all the time, keep on impeding normal debate. Mr. Speaker, I rest my case by saying that this bill should be considered in the national interest, not partisan interest. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the matters raised by my former leader are very important. But I want to seek clarification from you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Can we dissolve a house, meaning a house committee, a departmental committee, without a motion, a special motion being brought here for us to discuss and disband that committee? If the committee is incompetent, then we should disband it. And how do you disband a committee without a proper motion? A proper motion that will be brought to this floor and we decide that we want to disband that committee. Because with all due respect, Mr. Speaker, please let us not cast aspersions on the ability of any member of this parliament. Thank you.
Honorable Otiende Amolo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm wading into this debate rather reluctantly, except to say, one, that the proposed amendments are such that I've looked at them, and I think a lot of them are positive, but there are also others that require fairly robust engagement, about 4 or 5 distinct areas, and perhaps at an appropriate time we could get into that. But Mr. Speaker, also, just that elections in this country are always very emotive. And the most emotive part of the pre-election period are always the question of amendment to the laws, controlling elections. So much so that I think there's a practice in this country, in the previous election, that there was even a special joint committee that was established. And so for my part only is to say that even as we exercise caution in amending the elections laws, I think it's always important, to the extent possible, to develop consensus where possible. Because for the short time I've been in this House, I've come to learn that the usual procedures of this House, of the first reading, second reading, third reading, and the committee of the whole House, are never really arenas of developing consensus most times. They are more voting. And so consensus usually would appear to require to be built sometimes outside the House. And also to say, Mr. Speaker, that given the processes that we go through, whatever amendments we deal with, then inevitably it goes against to the Senate, and it reopens the same thing. So that to the extent possible, and cognizant of the periods we are talking about, I think it's in everybody's interest that our elections are not just free and fair, but that they are seen to be free and fair, because that leads to acceptability. And that to the extent possible, rather than deal on our part as the National Assembly, then it goes to the Senate, and sometimes they do their thing, and either something good that should have passed fails to pass, because there are some parts that are really good and are helpful, but there are some parts that require consideration. I would have wished that there's a way in which, even outside of the houses, sometimes this consensus and understanding is built both between the Senate and the National Assembly, in which case, when it comes to the various stages in this House, it does not ignite not just personal differences as between the various factions, but also sometimes the sibling rivalry that sometimes arises between us and the Senate. That is all I'll say for now, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Well, I wish everybody can make it as brief as the Honorable Otiende Amolo. Honorable Kimunya.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, you remember when we brought the motion to shorten the publication period on this bill so that we can have more time for actual deliberations on the bill. We had a faction of this House who wanted to frustrate this bill being brought to the House, and they actually opposed and brought all manner of filibustering. But now, unfortunately, 14 days have over, and the first reading has been done. So I see the Honorable Duale as just a continuation, his contribution, as just a continuation of that filibustering, because it's so clear from the standing orders that once a bill is read a first time, it shall be committed to the relevant departmental committee. And a few minutes ago, when there was a feeling in some quarter that perhaps even the health amendment laws will not be carried through, there was pressure to put the question. And you guided the House accordingly, that we will go by the standing orders. Now, if the standing orders tell us that upon first reading, the bill shall be committed to the committee, we should go by the standing orders. And every member is at liberty to come and canvass their issues at that committee. And this is a very small bill. Even the issues can be clustered into almost like 4 groups. And as Dr. Tiende Molo is saying, about 4 issues seem to have brought most of the debate in the media, and out of misinformation. Because once IEBC clarified, the media kept quiet. And even those who are asking from me kept quiet and said they've now seen the clarification and they are now happy. Because it was mischievous reporting by the media that we are, through this bill, stopping live transmission, for example. But that was stopped by the courts. And we are carrying sections of the law in the act, in the principal act, which were already outlawed by the courts. So they have no effect as they are, and basically this bill is removing them from the statute books. So it's not actually removing for the sake of removing, but because the court outlawed them. And when you remove those 4 that were already outlawed by the courts, the other thing is just a reorganization of some of the things to accord with what is some nomenclature and all those things. It's a very straightforward bill. It's the least controversial, I would expect. But there are members who have sworn that anything that they don't like must fail. But they have also realized they don't have numbers. And hence, they know that it will pass anyway. So trying to now create all manner of things that, and also trying to impute some ill motives on a committee that say this committee was not competent enough to bring a report, is so unfortunate. Because nobody here should be standing and casting aspersions on another member. Even when we were appointing the committee on privileges, we were very careful not to impute competence motives on a member. In fact, we went back to reconstitute the committee on account of gender, not on account of the competence of the members on that committee. So it's so unfortunate that a committee that works so hard, like JLAC, should suffer this defamation on the floor of this House that they're incompetent to handle a simple bill like the election bill. They've handled bigger bills. Mr. Speaker, I think we need now to remove the politics from the reality and let us treat all bills as the same. There's no bill that is special. Every bill that is being published, we've given 14 days to the public. We'll give them another 14 days for public participation. Members will be at liberty to come and give their views, and let us bring all those views for or against on the floor of this House. Because unfortunately, like I said, for health laws, members made all manner of noise and contributions in funerals, but when we came to debate on this House, we had a debate because there was nobody to contribute. So if people are passionate about this bill, on the appointed day, let us come here, we get all those views, and that will form the basis for even developing a consensus. But if members don't even come to the floor of the House to contribute and share the issues, where do you even start building a consensus without knowing the extreme issues? So I want to encourage the Speaker, we use the standing orders, let the committee do its work, let members come and do their work on the floor of the House, and then between the second reading and third reading, we can look at all the issues that are being raised on the floor of the House and decide whether there are some issues that are so dichotomous that we now need to do the bridging together. But short of that, everything else is speculation.
I think, honourable members, maybe we could do without any further debate on this. You know, fortunately, it is so straightforward. I don't even know whether there is anything. If you look at that bill at the back, it says this is a bill that concerns counties. In terms of Article 110 of the Constitution, therefore it will go to the Senate. It does not matter what the Senate does with the bill. If they put in amendments to what you, as the National Assembly, will have passed, again, Articles 112 and 113 are clear, you go into mediation. So, I mean, so really the process is very well catered for, so that unless there are other extenuating circumstances, I don't see really anything to worry about. Of course, remember, you are at liberty to attend any committee sittings, and like the Honourable Duale did indicate, I'm sure the Honorable Duale would recall when I think the member for Game appeared before our committee. We had to tell him the right thing, that we do not like hearing village stories. So if you go before a committee and you go in there to go and advance some parochial village stuff, the chairperson of the committee has all the powers to throw you out. Go to the village and you just go and do those things there. So for now, I think because this 127 is very clear, that once the bill is read the first time, it is referred to the departmental committee, the relevant departmental committee, without question put. 127.2, which the Honorable Duale is relying on, presupposes that a motion had already been moved and a committee, this House had formed a committee to which a particular bill could be referred to. So that at this point, if we were to allow what the Honorable Duale is saying, we would have to then be hijacking the bill, because it is already referred to the committee, to the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee, without question put. So that has already happened. So we would have to now come later, consult as he suggests, bring a motion here, but remember, you will be taking away now the bill from a committee to which it has been committed already. That will cause confusion. And besides, honourable members, we've always encouraged winnowing, the winnowing process. If members have got so many proposals to amend any bill, it is only fair that they be allowed sufficient time before the relevant committee to go and canvass their viewpoints. And in the event that those viewpoints are not taken by the committee, you still have the other opportunity during committee of the whole House stage to come and now appeal to the larger audience of the committee of the whole. And of course, honourable members, all these mechanisms are provided so that no member should feel that they are disadvantaged. So even if it's a matter to deal with whatever, elections, because let's not make elections such a matter of life and death that, it's actually sometimes very surprising that in 2018, those of you who accompanied me to the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association meeting in Gaborone, Botswana, and were members from both this House and the other House, the way you are discussing elections of 2022 in Gaborone, they started asking whether we were doing ours, that was August. They thought we were going into elections in December of 2018. Because all the other countries, all those countries have since held their elections. Botswana has held, Namibia has held since then, Tanzania, Uganda, Zambia, so many, Ghana. I mean, since the day when Kenyans were discussing about their elections, those countries have held their elections, and nobody heard them talk about their elections. So I think in Kenya, I think we must be, I think we need to ask ourselves, what kind of human beings are we? That elections, it's the only thing that we debate for 5 years, continuously. Actually, our neighbors, and particularly within the continent, think that we are, either we are funny, I don't know what kind of human beings we are. But surely, let's not make these things, elections, life and death. There will be life after the elections. And I like believing that there will be Kenya beyond all of us, so that the elections should never really excite us so much. If this bill has anything that any of you or majority of you feel is not good for the holding of elections, please, as many as you are able to assemble yourselves, just group yourselves, come and shoot those things down. I mean, that's the way it happens in any democracy, in a legislative process. So that for the time being, because now the station has left, the railway station has left the station, the train has left the station. The Honorable Sankok, the train has left the station. So now that the bill is already committed to JLAC, I think, in fairness, let us have confidence in what the committee is going to do when they advertise for public participation, whatever views we have, and let's go and consult many bodies. You know, there are very many bodies out there who have a lot of, there's a lot of expertise about elections out there. And it's only fair that, you know, many of you should go out there and consult them. Ask them this clause, how does it impact on the electoral process? So that they can give you their views. But they will also be, I would expect that the committee, and I know the committee will, of course, invite all manner of stakeholders, relevant and even those who have no views. All of them are invited to go before the committee. But like I've said earlier, let the views collected be analyzed by the committee. Where the committee agrees or disagrees with whatever views presented, please let's have a record of it so that every Kenyan who presents their views feels that, yes, my views were considered, but they were rejected for reasons A, B, C. I think it's only fair that we do that. It happens like that in many, many jurisdictions that I know of, that people who appear before committees and give reason, advance whatever position on any matter, but the committee finally will make a decision that we either agreeing with this presenter, we don't agree for whatever reasons, which reasons, in fairness, must be stated, because that's why the House is a House of record. So that if you are rejecting a particular viewpoint, let it be recorded so that history will judge you. So that people will see that, yes, this and this person, this expert appeared before you, they preferred this particular position, the committee did not agree. When you brought your report here, did the House also agree with you, or did the House overturn your reasoning? I mean, this is the way it happens, in most functioning democracies, and I want to imagine ours as such, one of those functioning democracies. These are some of the tenets that I think we really must inculcate in ourselves. So let the matter go there, but that does not, of course, stop the Honorable Duale from still proposing the motion. I have not in any way stopped the Honorable Duale from proposing that motion, which then motion, if proposed, will go through the normal process. It's not on this now. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, I rise under Standing Order 83. Honorable Speaker, to seek your guidance on the constitutionality of Election Amendment Bill 2022. Honorable Speaker, as we say that maybe election is not life and death, it is an emotive issue, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, Article 137 of the Constitution provides for the qualification of election of a president and provides that a person qualified for nomination as a presidential candidate if the person is a citizen of Kenya and qualified for election as a member of parliament, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the bill seeks to amend Section 23.
Which bill? This one, which has...
Yes, Honorable Speaker. I'm seeking the constitutionality of this bill. I just want you to, I am seeking your indulgence, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker.
I don't know, I didn't even get what there's a provision in there. Is it not possible that, Honorable Sankok, you can withhold that point until before we commence second reading? Yeah? because now the bill has gone to the committee. It is the committee of this House. If they find, for instance, any proposed provisions in the bill are unconstitutional, remember, it's your committee. They can also report to the House accordingly.
Well guided, Honorable Speaker, and that is why I always seek you and urgent, because you are a mobile and encyclopedia when it comes to the Constitution of Kenya, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, but when I'm speaking, protect me always from the likes of Kimunya and the likes of Kanini Kega. I should not be interrupted by them. I'm seeking your indulgence, and I don't need them to advise me or to guide me. What are you guiding me for? My friends, you shut up. Let me prosecute my points.
Please, Honorable. Okay, Honourable members, let us use temperate language, so that, because it looks like now that it is almost 4:45, and I know the Honourable Sankok has been here since before 2:30. Maybe he might need some more sugar in the body. So, please, let's use temperate language. Let us allow for. They will not interrupt you, Honorable Sankok. They will not interrupt you. Except that the Honorable Sankok also interrupts people a lot. Member for Dagoretti South, what is your point of order? I hope it's not on the same.
Mr. Speaker, we benefit greatly, especially some of us who are first-time members of Parliament. We benefit greatly from your wisdom, institutional memory, and guidance. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, I do rise to ask if I'm in order to be raising a constitutional issue, as is provided, because we are guided that a constitutional issue can be raised at whatever point, Mr. Speaker. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, I am rising on standing order number 83, Mr. Speaker, seeking your guidance and direction on the constitutionality of the same Election Amendment Bill 2022, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, the rostrum I stand on is a preliminary rostrum, Mr. Speaker, on constitutionality, because Article 38.3, Mr. Speaker, of the Constitution provides political rights for every citizen without unreasonable restriction so that they can be registered as a voter, Mr. Speaker. And as it is, even before it goes to the committee, we are seeing the provisions in these amendments that are limiting this freedom and right of Kenyans, and especially for people like voters in Nairobi, Mr. Speaker, where the borders are so fluid. The moment we start talking about requirements that are restrictive to a voter, like the need for them to be ordinarily as a resident, not very well defined, to be carrying a business, to be conducting businesses in the places they want to be registered, to possess residential buildings or land, then, Mr. Speaker, I have to rise and ask if, from where you're sitting, whether it is constitutional in the first place for this bill to even be on the floor of the House when it is going against the tenets of the Constitution, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, reading this amendment bill and seeing it in light of Article 38.3 of the Constitution, I am seeking your guidance, Mr. Speaker, if, on whether this bill is properly before the House, even before we proceed to give it to the House, Mr. Speaker.
Which particular clause?
Mr. Speaker, clause number 5 of the bill requires that a voter may not transfer his or her registration unless at the date of the application to transfer the registration, the voter has been A, ordinarily resident, B, carrying on a business, C, employed or possessed land or residential building in a constituency that he or she intends to transfer his or her registration for at least 6 months immediately preceding the date of the application for transfer or registration. And this, especially for Nairobi voters, Mr. Speaker, becomes a big hindrance to Kenyans who would be willing to transfer their vote or register in constituencies. For example, Mr. Speaker, when there is demolition of houses along the railway line in Kibra, there is always an overflow of residents coming into Dagoretti South constituency. Putting such a provision on the law, Mr. Speaker, is actually going against the tenets of Article 38.3, in my view, Mr. Speaker. And that's why I seek your indulgence, Mr. Speaker. As I said, some of us are first-time members of Parliament, and we do benefit a lot from such engagement because we do learn at what point would I be in order to raise a constitutional matter on a bill like this that is appearing before us, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, it also should be understood, and more so for the leader of majority, that there are no people who come here with ill intent. In fact, it is not the business of any member of the House to shoot down anything, Mr. Speaker. This is a house of engagement, it is a house of debate, and I think everyone has a right to raise an issue at whatever point as is provided by our standing order, and more so if it is in line with the constitution of this country. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for your indulgence, and I do seek your guidance and direction on this particular matter concerning clause number 5. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Ooh. Honorable Pukosa, what is your point of order? Let's be fair.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, you've always guided this House that on constitutional matters, it can be raised at any stage. So, Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 83, I rise on a point of order to seek that, Honorable Speaker, you give your guidance on clause 15 and 16, which amends section 27 and 28 of the Act by deleting reference to the nomination rules and membership list, and substitute, therefore, with a certified copy of the political party's nomination rules issued by the Registrar of Political Parties, and a certified copy of the membership list also from the Registrar of Political Parties. Honorable Speaker, what this means is that parties have to rely on nomination rules issued by the registrar and membership list from the registrar, negating freedom of political parties to determine their own nomination rules and have their own membership lists when which may negate free and fair nomination process. Honorable Speaker, in essence, the bill seeks to transplant what was in the Political Parties Amendment Bill 2021 that this House passed amidst in a chaotic manner to the Elections Act, and if we are not careful, we may witness a replica of the Political Parties Amendment Bill chaos once again. Honorable Speaker, I further note that Articles 88, subsection 4D of the Constitution bestows upon the IBC with the exclusive role of regulating the nomination process of political parties. Clauses 15 and 16, which amend sections 27 and 28, however, seeks to take this power from IBC to the Registrar of Political Parties by giving the Registrar power to regulate the nomination process through issuance of nomination rules and membership lists for political parties. Honorable Speaker, in my view, these clauses offend Article 88 subsection 4D of the Constitution and cannot stand. In this regard, Honorable Speaker, I seek your guidance on the constitutionality of the Elections Amendment Bill number 3 of 2022. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
No, Honourable Member says it's just some small administrative matter that, and this one you can only blame the chair of Budget and Appropriations Committee. Yes. Sorry, it looks like then I may have no option but to allow the Honorable Sankok to complete what he was prosecuting. I think put all of them, I'll do a ruling. But in the meantime, just do this. In the meantime, the bill stands committed to the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee. But I'll make a determination of the issues that you've raised. Yeah. Yours was also on Article 38?
Honorable Speaker, I'm on Article 137 of the Constitution that provides the qualification of the President and provide that the person for nomination as a presidential candidate, if the person is a citizen of Kenya and qualified to be elected as an MP among other qualifications. Honorable Speaker, the bill seeks to amend Section 23, which is a replica of Article 137 of the Constitution in Clause 12 of the bill to do away with the concept of nomination of presidential candidate. This is not just the case of the presidential candidate. If you read Article 99 and 193 of the Constitution, which have been replicated in Section 24 and 25 of the Election Act, which provide for the nomination of MPs and MCS. The bill completely does away with nomination and introduces a new strange concept called registration of candidates. If you want to confirm this, read Clause 2B, Clause 2D, Clause 11, Clause 12, Clause 13, and 14 of the bill. Honorable Speaker, the concept of registration of candidates with IBC instead of nomination is strange and unknown to the Constitution of Kenya. It is a complete departure from the Constitution. Honorable Speaker, in this regard, I seek your guidance on the constitutionality of the election bill of 2022. Honorable Speaker, I have even finished as he raised for a point of order, but remember, the issue of election in Kenya, Honorable Speaker, are very emotive because all through Kenyans are friendly, Kenyans share sugar, Kenya form businesses together, but only during election that we fight each other and we kill each other. We shed a lot of blood every time of election. So therefore, we have to really discuss this issue soberly and make sure that it is in line with our Constitution. I seek your indulgence, Honorable Speaker. We have always benefited, and as Honorable Kerry have said, we have benefited with your guidance every day, especially for us who are new members. Honorable Speaker, how I wish, and I wish to see you as the CEO of this Republic, Honorable Speaker, so that you can guide us even further, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I do seek your guidance on those matters that I've raised. Thank you.
How is it that the member for Seme does not today choose to deal with you don't have account, is it? How is it that it cannot show? You always do. You always. Honorable.
Yeah, I do even now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also seek your guidance, and perhaps you will rule. If a point has been raised, and you, Honorable Speaker, has actually given guidance, like in this case, you said, as much as the provision is that you can raise a constitutional order at any time, you said this is better done when we start the second reading. You see a deliberate attempt to raise exactly the same issues. I don't think it matters whether the constitutional issue is in Clause 1, Clause 2, Clause 3, or this. The ruling that you had made, the guidance you had made, actually will apply to all. And it's not that it was not lost on my honorable colleagues, just the deliberate attempt. Is it in order to actually ignore the advice which they praise as they always find useful? and then proceed as they have done.
Very well. Thank you, Honorable Nyikal, Dr. Nyikal. It is just a matter of what you may want to call the fairness. Because when the Honorable Sankok was raising his issue, I was engrossed in some other administrative matters here, and I never heard the point he was raising. But it doesn't matter. I think we will be able to address all these issues. But we must also know that the Speaker has no vote. The Speaker has no vote. It's in the Constitution, isn't it? Voting in the House. Look at Article 122. Yeah. So the Speaker has no vote. But I will be able to address the issues raised. I think they are not complex. They are fairly straightforward matters which we can address. But some, where there are matters that normal legislative processes can deal with, obviously we will allow the legislative process to proceed or to deal with. So for the time being, the bill remains committed to the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee, but I will be addressing the issues that he has raised. Honorable Sankok started with Article 199, vis-a-vis 137. Is it do you want the entire 137 or 137 close to, specifically? The entire 137? And 99, you want the entire of it? Or specifically 99.1 or 99.2? The Honorable Carrier is the issue of Article 38, which deals with political rights, which is in the Bill of Rights, Chapter 4, Clause 3. Honorable Puko, do you also raise 175 and 193? Yes. Honorable Pukosa raised issues to do with Article 88, which deals with matters of, the Article 88 is the one really that establishes, if you read through it carefully, the IEBC gives its functions in a general form, some of which then are better elaborated in the IEBC Act, which this House passed. Not least, of course, giving it the power to be responsible for the conduct, the process by which political parties conduct nominations, and even the resolution of disputes. If you go to 88 Clause 4, if you go to E, D, and E, they're very clear. But we will deal with that, including continuous voter registration, so that those who are evicted from Kibra, they are still entitled to so they can still continue to register. So, and of course, continuous voter education. All of that is captured in Article 88, Clause 4. All of them, they are listed down there. So we will deal with that, I think. Honorable Kimunya, you want to wade into this?
Honorable Speaker, it's just additional information as you consider the pleas by the three members who've raised those constitutional issues, including interference with the work of IEBC. I just want for the record to confirm that the contents of that bill were actually handed over to the Attorney General's office and to my office from IEBC. So the actual principal drafter of the bill is IEBC. And hence, I don't quite, it will be important to just note that IEBC was actually doing it to harmonize the law with the Constitution and to avoid the duplication that has hitherto been there between the office of IEBC and the office of the Registrar of Political Parties. So just to have that in mind, that IEBC have been a principal actor in the development of this law and have actually brought those amendments because it's in the best interest of a free and fair election in this country. and most importantly, also to adhere and to put into effect the pronouncements by the courts arising from the challenge over the 2017 election. And all the pronouncements that were made by the court on IEBC have now been brought in to this House so that we can amend the law to ensure that the electoral process is better for the 2022 election. I just wanted to have that also on record.
Chair of JLAC, you want to wait in also? Or we can proceed?
You are going to, these matters are going to be considered in the second reading, or you are going to give a ruling? So that
whatever it is that I'm going to do does not in any way impede your work.
I was just trying to request that in considering KJ's representations, although he's a member of my committee, she can do it. JK is a member of GLAC. You also perhaps consider the import of the phrase in reference to what KJ was saying, reference to undue restrictions, right? There is a sub-article 38.3, which says every adult citizen has the right without unreasonable restrictions. Whether what we was talking about is reasonable or unreasonable. You have to vote, to get registered, all those. There is an operative clause. I'm just saying that there is a rider there, unreasonable restrictions. Yeah, whether to consider whether what is proposed by the bill in terms of constitutionality are unreasonable or reasonable restrictions. Thank you.
Well, we'll consider all that. But in the meantime, the Honorable Member for the Agurati South will, as a member of your committee, will also be obviously at liberty to engage in the committee and discuss better than on the floor. Yes. Honourable members, for the convenience of the House, this is a matter that was discussed by the House Business Committee, and with great input from the Honourable Dr. Makali Mulu, we did agree as House Business Committee that at whatever time in today's proceedings, if the Budget and Appropriations Committee is ready with their report on the budget policy statement and various other related matters, they will be permitted by whoever will be on the chair to table whatever documents. So for the convenience of the House, I revert to order numbers 5 and 6.
Order number 5, papers.
Honorable Kanini Kega.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and thank you so much for your indulgence. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Tuesday, February 15th, 2022. Report of the Budget and Appropriations Committee on its consideration of 1, the budget policy statement for the financial year 2022-2023 and the medium term, and 2, the medium-term debt management strategy for the financial year 2022-2023. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Honorable Speaker, thank you so much. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that this House adopt the report of the Budget and Appropriations Committee on the budget policy statement for the financial year 2020-2023 laid on the table of the House Tuesday, February 15, 2022, and A, approves the budget policy statement for the financial year 2022-2023. B, makes the policy resolution as contained in the report. C, approves the budget ceiling for the financial year 2022-2023 as set out in the financial resolutions contained in the report. And D, further resolves that the budget policy statement so approved forms the basis for the introduction of the Division of Revenue Bill 2022. Honorable Speaker, I also beg to give notice of the following motion: that the House adopts the report of the Budget and Appropriations Committee on the medium-term debt management strategy for the financial year 2022/2023, laid on the table of the House Tuesday, February 15th, 2022, and A, approves the medium-term debt management strategy for the financial year 2022-2023, and B, further makes the policy resolution as contained in the report. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Now, the other decision which had been taken by the House Business Committee is that should you lay your two reports and give notice today, we give members a chance to go through those two reports and then debate on your business, on the two businesses, commences tomorrow afternoon. And therefore direct that the business of the two reports be included in the order paper for tomorrow afternoon, Wednesday 16th. I see, sorry, I see the member from where has an issue.
Honorable Speaker, lead a note. I don't have any issue and I don't know how the two buttons went on, but thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I think one of the things is just to congratulate you for what is going on. I think that's what nature wanted me to do.
Thank you, Honorable Kavinga.
Order number 12, special motion, approval of the National Assembly's nominee to the Equalization Fund Advisory Board.
This is a motion that the Honorable Boni Maluko.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that taking into consideration the recommendation of the Departmental Committee on Finance and Planning on its report on the recruitment of National Assembly nominees to the Equalization Fund Advisory Board, and pursuant to the provision of Section 8 of the Public Appointment Parliamentary Approval Act 2011 and paragraph 4(1)(d) of the Public Finance Management Equalization Fund Administration Regulation 2021, this House approves the appointment of Mr. Abdullahi Adan Karif to the Equalization Fund Advisory Board. As you are all aware, the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning was on Tuesday 9th November 2021 tasked with the responsibility of recruiting a nominee of the National Assembly in the Equalization Fund Advisory Board for subsequent appointment in accordance with Regulation 4(1)(d) and Regulation 4(2) of the Public Finance Management Equalization Fund Administration Regulation 2021. These regulations were published with the Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury and Planning on 29th April 2021, Feed Legal Notice number 54 of 2021, pursuant to Section 2051 of the Public Finance Management Act 2012. The regulations were approved by the Parliament on 12th October 2021. The regulations provide a framework for the administration and management of the Equalization Fund. Paragraph 4 of the regulation provides for the establishment of the Equalization Fund Advisory Board, whose membership, among others, as per paragraph 4(1), comprises one person from pastoral community nominated by National Assembly. Honorable Speaker, through a letter dated 25th October 2021, the Cabinet Secretary for National Treasury and Planning has requested the National Assembly to nominate a member to serve in the Equalization Fund and Assembly Board for subsequent appointment in accordance with the Legislation 41D and Legislation 42 of the Public Finance Management Equalization Fund Legislation 2021. Upon conferencing the message from the CS, the Honorable Speaker directed the Department Committee on Finance and Planning to undertake nomination process competitively and report to the House within set timelines for final determination and subsequent appointment of the nominee by the National Treasury Cabinet Secretary. Further to this, the committee was then required to constitute a selection panel to undertake the nomination process. In order to kickstart the recruitment process, the Office of the Clerk of the National Assembly placed an advertisement in the print media on Thursday, 16 November 2021. The applications were to be received on all before Wednesday, 1st December 2021 at 5 p.m. East African time. Honorable Speaker, as the close of the application period, the committee received application from the following 9 names. Ms. Sophia Yusuf Gure, Mr. Boniface Otieno, Mr. Jasho Guyo Maku, Mr. Mohamed Ali Farah, Ms. Nasi Oudo Dara, Mr. Mohamed Juma Abdi, Mr. Abdullahi Adan Karif, Mr. Fozia Ibrahim Sheikh, and lastly, Mr. Victor Pogisio Megich. After a long listing of the applicants, the committee undertook shortlisting where it took into account the following qualification for application as set out in the advertisement. One must be from a pastoralist community, be a Kenyan citizen, hold a degree from university recognized in Kenya, have at least 5 years professional experience in a relevant field, and lastly, meet the requirement of Chapter 6 of the Constitution. Honorable Speaker, while shortlisting, the committee scrutinized application documents and established that all applicants submitted their application within set timelines and met the above requirement, except Mr. Boniface Otieno and Nazi Oudo Dara, who did not meet the requirement within definition of pastoralist community. Honorable Speaker, based on the criteria provided by Public Finance Management Equalization Fund Administration Legislation 2021, the following applicants were shortlisted for nomination for the appointment to the position. 1, Sophia Yusuf Gure, Mr. Jasho Guyo Moku, Mr. Mohamed Alafari Farah, Mr. Mohamed Juma Abdi, Mr. Abdullahi Adan Karif, Ms. Fozia Ibrahim Sheikh, and Victor Pogisio Migich. Then the names of the shortlisted applicants were published in the print media on Monday, 17 January 2021. Through the advertisement, the public was invited to submit by way of memoranda on oath any information on suitability or otherwise of any of the shortlisted applicants to serve as a member of the Equalization Fund Advisory Board. The committee also wrote to the Kenya Revenue Authority, Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, Director of Criminal Investigations, Higher Education Loan Board, and Office of the Registrar of Political Parties, seeking references and background checks relevant to the suitability of the shortlisted candidates. The committee thereafter developed an interview tool for the nomination of applicants for appointment to the position, which was adopted as a guide to assess applicants during the interview process. The candidates were interviewed on 26 January 2022. Each member of the committee scored the candidates based on how they performed. The results were then analyzed by doing an average of the scores awarded by each member of the committee. Honorable Speaker, upon consideration and determination of the interview results, the committee recommends that the House nominates Mr. Abdullahi Adan Karif, who scored the highest marks at 75.5%, for appointment by the National Treasury Cabinet Secretary to serve on the Equalization Fund and Advisory Board in accordance with Regulation 41D of the Public Finance Management Equalization Fund Regulations 2021. The report of the committee contains the details of how the rest of the country performed. Mr. Abdullahi Adi Karif is a Kenyan from Mandera County, born in 1992, and holds a bachelor degree in economics, second class, from the University of Nairobi. He has a cumulative 8 years work experience where he has worked in various capacities, including consultant services. Based on how Mr. Abdullahi Adam Karif responded to questions posed by members, panelists, and having met the following minimum requirement, the committee recommended him for the position. Being a pastoralist, being a Kenyan from Mandera County, holds a degree from Adikongra University, that is bachelor degree in economics, has at least 5 professional experience in relevant field. Of course, he has 8 years experience. Met the requirement of Chapter 6 of the Constitution. Besides the minimum qualification, the committee also paid due regard to other constitutional requirements, principles such as regional and gender balance. Honorable Speaker, it is worth noting the House that current Equalization Fund and Advisory Board membership comprises of 5 persons drawn from Garissa, Isiolo, Marsabit, Samburu, and Nairobi counties. It is for this reason that the committee has not had to make a delicate balance, and in turn added the few that the appointment of a new member to the board from the counties whose members are already serving on the board will disadvantage other counties. With a new board in place, the incomplete project that had been started will now be completed, and they will achieve the intended purposes. The committee would like to register its utmost appreciation to the Office of the Speaker, the Clerk of the National Assembly, and its Secretariat for the logistical and technical support accorded during the recruitment process. With those remarks, I urge you this House to approve Mr. Adan Karif to be appointed as a member of the Equalization Fund and the board. I now invite the Honorable Jimmy Agwenyi, MGH, Member of Parliament, to second the motion. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Agwenyi.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I rise to second this recommendation of the House of the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning. Mr. Speaker, this Kenyan scored the highest marks on their interview. This Kenyan also fulfills, he helps us to complete or to try to achieve regional balance. Before that, we had members of that advisory committee who come from Garissa, Wajir, Marsabit, Samburu, and Samburu. We didn't have anybody from Mandera. So if our recommendation is approved by this House, we will also be, in a sense, balancing the regional representation in this committee. Mr. Speaker, I beg to second.
Order.
Honorable Kabinga, Honorable Pondo, I will propose a question which is that taking into consideration the recommendations of the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning in its report on the recruitment of the National Assembly's nominee to the Equalization Fund Advisory Board laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, February 9, 2022, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 8 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act 2011 and Paragraph 41D of the Public Finance Management Equalization Fund Administration Regulation 2021, this House approves the appointment of Mr. Abdullahi Adan Karif to the Equalization Fund Advisory Board. No. There are quite a number of members who have registered interest to speak to this. We shall have Honorable Ketel Gideon.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support this motion. First, I would like to thank this committee for nominating a very young professional. Mr. Speaker, the nomination of Abdullahi Adan Khalif inspires many young men and women out there to dream big. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Khalif is a youth, and rarely young people actually get the courage to go through such processes, because we are coming from a tradition where young people are marginalized when it comes to jobs, government jobs, and especially if someone is coming from a marginalized group. And according to Article 56 of the Constitution, requires the state to put in place affirmative action programs designed to ensure that minorities and marginalized groups participate in governance and other sphere of life. Mr. Speaker, the youth of this country are extremely marginalized when it comes to government jobs. Mr. Speaker, the nomination of Mr. Khalif, by this committee and this House will reinstate the faith of young men and women to have faith in this House. The youth of this country will know that when they appear before this House, they will be given an equal opportunity. I understand Mr. Khalif has a background in economics and law, which will greatly help him to effectively represent the House in the Equalization Funds Advisory Board. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I wish Mr. Khalif all the best as he undertakes this task in serving this nation, in this board, and in other leadership positions he may hold in the future. With those many remarks, I beg to support this motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Nur Sophia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this chance. From onset, I want to thank the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning. They have gone and did a lot of work in identifying and nominating the person by the name Abdullahi Adan Khalif. Mr. Speaker, as you know, Equalization Fund is a principle in the Constitution. It is a constitutional issue that is supposed to address issues of marginalized communities in this country. But, Mr. Speaker, Equalization Fund had had a lot of challenge for a while, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when the first resources fund were released for Equalization Fund, thereafter there have been a lot of challenge and nothing was operational for a while. So, to kickstart the fund, then it was necessary that passed the regulation, and the regulation demanded, Mr. Speaker, that among the members who will sit in the Equalization Fund Advisory Board will have a pastoralist person, a person from pastoralist community with certain qualification, Mr. Speaker. And Khalif, Abdullahi Adam Khalif, having met all the qualifications required, Mr. Speaker, I do support 100%, Mr. Speaker, because these funds need to operational immediately. And without a board, then we'll not be able to benefit as a country. And this country is looking forward to benefit from the Equalization Fund, Mr. Speaker. It is long overdue that this fund has not benefited the intended beneficiaries in this country. We know there are many, many people who are supposed to benefit from Equalization Fund. But because of the challenges that were there, and because the advisory body was not there, regulations were not there, now that the regulation is in place, the advisory body is in place, and only Abdullahi Adam Khalif is the person that is not there to kickstart the Equalization Fund. That's why this afternoon I stand here to support the nomination of Abdullahi Adam Khalif. And once again, I want to thank the committee again for doing thorough work and identifying a person who is qualified to sit on that fund, Mr. Speaker. I want to wish Abdullahi Adam Khalif and all the other members of the Equalization and Fund Advisory Board that may all the best in their undertaking, their mandate, Mr. Speaker, to kickstart the Equalization Fund. Thank you so much.
Honorable Otiende Amolo.
Actually, Mr. Speaker, I was understanding Order 95, seeing that everyone who's rising on their feet is supporting. I thought it is right for the mover to be called to reply, and we passed the nominee. Those who are saying no, you risk some people coming to oppose, and then you restart this process. Thank you.
Well, honorable members, I need to establish the mood that Honorable Otiende says he can tell what the mood is. I need to put the question that the mover be now called to reply. With as many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. With as many as are of contrary opinion say nay. Nay. The ayes have it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think the nomination of this young man is very important, not only to the pastoralists, but also to the younger people to take position in this country so that at least they can also take leadership and move the country forward. The Equalization Fund, you know, there are so many parts of this country which are underdeveloped. And this fund, actually, it needs to be enhanced so that many parts of this country can be, can be covered. But again, the Treasury needs to disperse the money which has remained undispersed so that it can be utilized for the purpose which it was made for. So with those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I reply.
Honorable members, we shall not put the question at this time. We shall put the question on that particular item until such a time the House Business Committee shall allocate it. Next order.
Order number 13, special motion. Approval of nominees for appointment to the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights.
Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Who are you? Mr. Speaker, I don't know whether I should lead the whole motion, but as, yes.
Honorable Chair, you must read the whole motion.
Yes, okay.
You must move.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your
direction. That taking into consideration I beg to move this motion that taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs in its report on the vetting of nominees for appointment as chairperson and members of the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, February 10th, 2022, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 250, Sub-Article 2, Sub-Article B, Roman B of the Constitution, Section 11, Subsection 7 of the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights Act 2011, and Sections 8, Section 1 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act 2011. This House approves the appointment of the following persons to the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights. Roman I, Ms. Rosalind Doreen Odhiambo Odede, chairperson. Roman II, Professor Marion Wajiku Mutugi, member. 3, Dr. Raymond Plar Samsang Nyeris. 4, Ms. Sarah Taraso Bonaya. 5, Dr. Dennis Nyongesa Wamalwa. Mr. Speaker, again, following His Excellency's following His Excellency's letter forwarding for consideration for approval the notification of nomination of the 5 members for appointment as members of the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights. The following nominees, the said nominees were forwarded to this House, and in return, the Speaker, pursuant to Order 42, the names and the CVs of the nominees were referred to the Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs for vetting and reporting to the House. Mr. Speaker, on January 17, 2022, the clerk of this House duly put advertisement in the print media informing the public of the intention of the committee to conduct approval hearings and inviting the public to submit memoranda thereof. Mr. Speaker, the deadline of that advertisement was 31st January 2022, and by that time, my committee had not received any memoranda or protests contesting the suitability of any of those nominees. Mr. Speaker, the nominees, my committee complied with all the mandatory requirements on bodies, statutory bodies, requisite bodies for clearances. The clearance reports, we received positive reports for the nominees from all those bodies. Mr. Speaker, the committee had held various sittings to consider the nominees, and the committee considered various issues during the approval hearings. And, Mr. Speaker, all the members comply with consideration for gender, as may be gleaned from the list. Their educational qualifications are impeccable, and they demonstrate and reflect the faces of Kenya. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, if I may go again through the list and for easy reference, give their brief summary of their resume. Ms. Rosaline Doreen Odhiambo Odede holds a master's degree in law, is an advocate of repute, was vice chair of the now the defunct Judges and Magistrates Vetting Board. I know her as a prominent, eminent legal practitioner. Secondly, I know Professor Marion Mutugi Wajiko, who holds a PhD and is a widow. She has done extensive research on biomedical science and biomedical and forensic science. She is very well renowned. She's renowned, a renowned author. Has co-authored a book with Justice Renaola on bioethics and medical advances and genetic manipulations. Mr. Speaker, if I may pause here, for interest of members, she has come up with, and it emerged in the interview, that she has a new innovation and has built a new character in the room of human rights by trying to introduce the rights of the child, and the child bearing in mind a child who is born by a surrogate mother, but sired by a couple who could not in the ordinary way be able to bear a child. So the rights of that child appear to be in jeopardy presently because there is always contestation between the surrogate and the natural the mother whose egg gave rise to this kid. So, and she also requests that perhaps we bring due registration to cater for this. Then number 3, we have Rimod Prao Sang Nyeris, member. This member holds a PhD in education, comes from West Pokot. And then number 4, Sarah Tarazo Bonaya, holds a master's degree in health studies and comes from Marsabit. The last one is Dennis Nyongesa Wamarwa from Bugoma, who holds a PhD in peace and conflict studies. The number 1, Rosaline Odhiambo Odede, is from Kisumu. Number 2, Professor Marion, comes from Nyeri. So it is Kisumu, Nyeri, West Pokot, Marsabit, Bugoma. Good. That is represent the faces of this country. Mr. Speaker, without much ado, the said members are duly and eminently qualified, and my committee in its report and conclusion pass all those candidates as eminently suitable. In conclusion, I urge members to read the comprehensive report of the Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs in order to appreciate and enrich the debate. I wish to thank my committee for putting in work and intensely vetting those candidates. I beg to move and we request Honorable Shamara to second. Thank you.
Honorable Jennifer Shamara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I rise to second the motion by the chairperson of the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee. I will not repeat what has been adequately stated and comprehensively by the Chair, Honorable Muturi. What did stand out for me when we interviewed these candidates was that two of these candidates, Sarah Bonaya, the wife of the late Dr. Bonaya Godana, and Professor Marion Wanjiku, were widows. And they highlighted what is the word? The sort of, sorry? The plight, thank you very much. The plight that widows are going through. And what was very, very interesting is, and it has been raised by Catherine Yamato, who is a member of the Federation of Women Groups. If you noted in October last year of 2021, a lot of women and elderly widows were being killed in Kisii, in the Kisii-Gusiland area, not specifically Kisii. And it has been highlighted by the Federation of Women Groups that actually this issue is about disinheritance of land. That shortly after the husband dies, the children are disinherited, and it is the husband's family who then attempt to grab these properties. That really did stand out for me, and it is something that I think as legislators, as a people, we must highlight. And everything else has been said about all the candidates. They were definitely the face of Kenya. Each one was highly qualified. And with those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, I do second.
Honourable members, I propose a question, which is that taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs in its report on the vetting nominee for appointment as chairperson and members of the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, February 10, 2022, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 252B of the Constitution, Section 11.7 of the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights Act 2011, and Section 8.1 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act 2011, this House approves the appointment of the following persons to the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights. 1, Ms. Roslyn Doreen Odhiambo Odede, chairperson. 2, Professor Marion Wajiko Mutugi, member. 3, Dr. Lemod Plal Sangsang Nyelis, member. 4, Ms. Sala Talaso Bonaya, member. And finally, 5, Dr. Dennis Nyongesa Wamalwa, member. Shall we have, to start to my left, or Dr. Otiende Molo?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support this special motion, and as required by Standing Order number 90, I make the full disclosure, 1, that the person nominated for chairperson, Rosemary Odhiambo Odede, is from my constituency as a part resident. And the further disclosure is that my better half also applied to get to this position and was actually shortlisted to among the less than 10, but on account of regional and ethnic diversity, did not make it. I congratulate her, and I congratulate those who made it to the list. I support this list because, first, it respects the regional and ethnic diversity. To find 5 Kenyans who represent different ethnicities, different regions, and different interests is something that we have not always succeeded in doing. Coming back to the nominee for chair, I want to confirm that Roslyn Odede is a distinguished legal personality who benefits both from being a learned person and also an educated person. There are many lawyers who sometimes might be learned without being educated, but the extent of education has been demonstrated by the chair of the committee. So she merges those two confluences. Roslyn Odede has had an outstanding legal career, as has been enumerated by the chair, including in FIDA, including in the Kenya Magistrate Vetting Board. But I've had the opportunity to serve with her years back as a council member of the Law Society, also as a council member of the East Africa Law Society, and in both instances, she distinguished herself as a person of integrity, as a person of ability. Coming to the issue of integrity, I want to confirm that Roslyn Odede is beyond reproach, as the committee notes in its report. Indeed, even in recent times when she was elected to be in the Council of the Law Society of Kenya, and when that council appeared to be rogue, Roslyn Odede took the singular decision to resign as the only person who resigned from that council. Needless to say, shortly thereafter, even the courts found that that council was rogue and dissolved the whole council. Let me say, Mr. Speaker, that it is noteworthy that all the submissions that were received from various bodies, all 8 of them, were received in support of her appointment as chair, and there was none that was adverse to her. I think this appointment of both the chair and the commissioners of the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights is timely. We have had a 2-year hiatus where there were no commissioners. And as you'll recall, Mr. Speaker, the High Court has pronounced itself on this matter and has said as much as that where there are no commissioners in any constitutional commission, that commission is not well constituted. It actually means we've had 2 years of absence of the Kenya National Human Rights Commission. And I believe, Mr. Speaker, that Roslyn Odede is singularly seated to be the chair of the Kenya Human Rights Commission, given the unique work that the commission must do. I had the distinct advantage of being the ombudsman, and we worked with the commission for some time, and I know the kind of person it needs. The kind of person nominated for chair and the persons who have been nominated to serve as its members are all well suited. I believe that not only is Roslyn Odede well suited, but the other 4 who I have not had the advantage of knowing, but who I have thoroughly perused their CVs, the notes made by the committee during the interview, and I think they are suited. Particularly, I single out Dr. Dennis Nyongesa, who, in addition to being learned and being well-suited, also represent what I would call a minority. A minority who, in this context, sometimes needs not just to be protected by the commission, but to have a voice within the commission. Mr. Speaker, I support the special motion and wish all of them well. Thank you.
Honorable Sankok.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to also support this particular motion. Honorable Speaker, we rarely agree with Honorable Muturi Kigano, but on this one, his committee did a thorough job. In fact, if you will have heard properly the explanation, it seems he have all the information on his fingertips because they did thorough scrutiny of the nominees. The chair even know the level of education for each and even contribution in terms of authoring books and other contributions that they have done across the board in this country and beyond this country. It is a job that was thoroughly done, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, again, if you see the names of the nominee, starting from Roslyn Doreen Odhiambo Odede, Professor Marion Wanjiko Mutungi, Dr. Raymond Nyeresi, Sarah Talaso Bonaya from Marsabit, and Dennis Nyongesa Wamalwa from Bungoma, Honorable Speaker, you automatically see the face of Kenya. And this is what we want, and this is the spirit of our Constitution. So, Honorable Speaker, although we keep on disturbing each other with Honorable Muturi Kigano, but on this one, he was very thorough in his job. So I congratulate him together with the members of this committee. And I think, Honorable Muturi, you should have read the members of your committee, led by, I think, Honorable Kaluma, so that also Kenyans can know and their constituents can know people who actually have the country in their hearts, so that in the next general election, they make sure they are here again, so that they can make these progressive motions that make sure that the face of Kenya is in every appointment, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, in fact, though I raised some issue on constitutionality of the Election Act, but seeing what Honorable Muturi have done and his team, I think it is in safe hands, and the substantive Speaker did a good job to refer it to that particular committee. Honorable Speaker, the only issue that I have, and we have to be very careful as a House, the Constitution in Article 54, 2A, demand 5% representation of persons with disability. For the last 3 years, I have not seen names of persons with disability coming to this House. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Muturi Kigano is now, will make me change my mind on this, Honorable Speaker, because he's telling me that person with disability did not apply. And I know Honorable Tororei Samuel, who did apply, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, so as we go ahead, in fact, Tororei, who is visually impaired, applied. Nixon Kakiri, who is hearing impaired, applied. There a whole list that I can say, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, but it seems we are getting marginalization, not on this human rights issue, but generally in this House, that persons with disability are not being vetted in this House, Honorable Speaker. It's a high time that we demand from the appointing authority that we also want to see persons with disability being considered, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights was the best commission to have even more than 2 representatives of persons with disabilities. Because if there are people whose rights have been infringed traditionally, culturally, and even during election, Honorable Speaker, it is persons with disability. Honorable Speaker, persons with disability are sometimes hidden in sheep pen, Honorable Speaker. I once rescued a boy, 16-year-old, Ben Busia, who was hidden for 10 years in a sheep pen. That was in 2014, Honorable Speaker. The language of that boy was the language of the goats. He could only say meh like a goat, Honorable Speaker. Because for 10 years, he have been on sheep pen, Honorable Speaker. I rescued that boy. So if there are persons whose rights are being infringed, it is persons with disability. So it was the best commission, the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights, to have representative of persons with disability so that they can take care of their colleagues, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, if you go through these streets, you'll see persons with disabilities being used as begging tools, Honorable Speaker. If there are people whose rights are being infringed, are persons with disability. So, Honorable Speaker, I request you and the whole of this House, Honorable Speaker, to demand from the appointing authority that at times when we have very important commission like this one, Honorable Speaker, where the voice of the voiceless is really needed, Honorable Speaker, should be included, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, as we have the face of Kenya, the gender is also considered, Honorable Speaker. And when we see 2 honorable ladies in a composition of 5, Honorable Speaker, then you just know the 2/3 gender threshold have been achieved, Honorable Speaker. This was from all angles, apart from the angles of persons with disability, was a work well done by the committee, Honorable Speaker. We congratulate them, but again, I will never get tired in reminding this House that persons with disability need representation, not for cosmetic purposes, Honorable Speaker, but because our rights are being infringed politically, Honorable Speaker, even culturally. Honorable Speaker, in some communities, birth attendants are given specific instruction to kill a child born with disability at birth, Honorable Speaker. How can we fight for the rights of those ones if the whole Kenya Human Rights Commission does not have a representative of persons with disability. And according to the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disability, which Kenya ratified in 2008, it is stated very clearly, nothing about us without us. When it comes to human rights, I think the best representation will have been of persons with disability and others, Honorable Speaker. Otherwise, Honorable Speaker, congratulations to the Departmental Committee on Legal Affairs, on Justice and Legal Affairs. We honor you for bringing out the face of Kenya and for considering women and for considering even the pastoralists in the name of Sarah Talaso Bonaya, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, in fact, the women were 3 out of 5. Honorable Speaker, it seems even the male child, the boy child, is an endangered species here, Honorable Speaker, but we support nonetheless. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I support 100%.
Should we have Honorable Nyikal, member for Seme?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving this opportunity to contribute to this. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support this motion of the appointment of the members of the Kenya Human Rights Commission. Mr. Speaker, I do so, this is an extremely important commission going by our constitution. And Mr. Speaker, number 2, it's one of the few times I've seen the appointment that meets the requirement of our constitution. 1, in regional distribution. As you can see, these people come from the various areas, Kisumu, West Pokot, Marsabit, Bungoma, and Nyeri. So we're really giving a true picture of the Kenyan nation. And Mr. Speaker, again, maybe with a little bit on the excess side, it has actually met the gender parity, even if there are more women in this. But quite often we have the gender problem because the women are not represented. In this case, I think that is met and even surpassed. Mr. Speaker, again, if you look at all the persons that are appointed here, you look at their educational background, it is they all fit the bill. They're all people of fairly sound educational background, some of academic background. You look at somebody like Odede. This is a well-known lawyer with very sound academic qualifications, very sound professional qualifications. She has actually held very serious public positions in the legal field. So he worked in FEDA, the Kenya Magistrates and Vetting Board, member of the Law Society. I mean, what else would you ask of somebody? Professor Mutugi, a very well-known academic, has done a lot of work in the biomedical research area. Again, somebody with very sound. If you look at the other issue, Mr. Speaker, is he actually brings 2 widows in, and this is an important point. Widows have actually peculiar problems, and their plight is not often known, particularly in relation to the property that their spouses leave behind, and the management of those property, and even the handling of the families, quite often by actually relatives. So to bring them here in the Commission for Human Rights, I think a lot that is actually been hidden and not coming out in plight of these people will actually come out. With that, Mr. Speaker, I support the appointment of all these people. It meets the requirements that we have set out in the constitutions and the educational requirement, gender parity, and so on. So I support.
Honorable Pondo.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I stand to support the appointment of the nominees here presented for the Commission, the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights. Honorable Speaker, I served in the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee in the last Parliament and had the privilege, an outstanding one, of having the Judges and Magistrates Vetting Board
under the charge of the committee at the time. The deputy or the vice chairperson of that board was Madam Roslyn Odede, now nominated to be the chairperson of Kenya National Commission on Human Rights. This Honorable Speaker is a person of impeccable competence, impeccable integrity, and Honorable Speaker, a lady with the spine to chair a commission engaging in work of this kind of magnitude. So without any reservations, members, I joined the committee in recommending appointment. Honorable Speaker, the persons who were presented before the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee for nomination, all of them for vetting, were people of impeccable, integrity and capacities. People coming from all regions across the country, people who have different competences, people who represent very varied interests. Honorable Speaker, it has not been said, but administratively I serve in the Administration National Security Committee. And Honorable Speaker, it is now identified that we have a third gender called intersex. Brother Dennis Wamalwa, here nominated bravely and very courageously confirmed to the committee and to the nation in that live vetting that he is representing that category of persons. These are not people who choose to be the way they are. They are born that way. And I believe this would be the first person from among their cadre joining a commission or a government agency of this magnitude. Showed a lot of passion and competence to represent people with those human rights issues. And I commend his nomination and encourage members of parliament to think about her. Honorable Sarah Godana was elected by this parliament before to represent the nation in the East African Legislative Assembly as a member of parliament. This is the wife of our former colleague, the late Bonaya Godana. And Honorable Speaker, what I found interesting about her is not just the region she comes from, but also her history and her passion and her background and what she's taking to the commission. This is a lady who lost a parent due to the conflicts we have in Marsabit. And you remember we also lost our brother, the late Honorable Munaya Godana, when going on a peace mission to settle it. We encouraged her to take that matter afoot as and when she's appointed upon the approval of this House and have those issues in Marsabit and the northern side of the country dealt with. But this is a lady of great passion, great spine, great encouragement, great competence, and a lady I believe will serve. You will see Professor Marion's papers, members of parliament. You can't imagine for the first time we had a very difficult vetting process. Because the people who are brought in terms of diversity, in terms of competence, in terms of what they are taking into this commission, are people you would not even, take long, thinking about. This is a lady who has written a lot. This is a lady who is very astute. In fact, I remember the only question I was asking her when she came for vetting is who was going to fill a gap in the academia. These are very good people, honorable members. I want to thank the body that nominated these persons for a work, a job well done. And I want to encourage other bodies that will be nominating. I mean, when you bring such, Kenyans for approval by parliament, you make our work very easy, very easy. In terms of diversity, in terms of competence, in terms of passion, this one was a very good mix. And without much ado, Honorable Speaker, I support and I urge fellow members here seated and those watching that on this one, join us as a committee in our recommendation that their nomination be approved by Parliament and they proceed to be appointed to serve in Kenya National Commission on Human Rights. It is a commission which has lacked commissioners, Honorable Speaker, for nearly 2 years now. I thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I wish them Godspeed.
Honorable Waweru Kiarie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm highly delighted to get the opportunity to contribute to this very special motion on the approval of nominees for appointment to the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights. Mr. Speaker, the committee did consider quite a number of people. But the names that have been presented to this House, Mr. Speaker, I dare say without any fear of contradiction, are the finest of the finest who could sit in this commission at a time such as this. Mr. Speaker, these are individuals who are being called upon to be like the Esther of the Bible. People who have been designated a job for a time such as this. And I'll get back to that in a minute, Mr. Speaker. Even as I celebrate the nomination of all the other nominees, Mr. Speaker, I do single out one, Dr. Dennis Nyongesa Wamalwa. Mr. Speaker, what the House will be doing today in approval of these appointments is going to be historic. Mr. Speaker, there is a growing clamor for the recognition of a third gender in the name of the intersex. Mr. Speaker, I know the intersex gender is normally a very emotive issue when brought up, because there are people who can never distinguish between lesbians and gays and the intersex people. The intersex people, Mr. Speaker, are people who, out of a fault that is not their own, are born in a certain condition. And at some point, a decision has to be made, Mr. Speaker. And when the decision is made, at times it is even made by parents. Parents who end up severing or mutilating individuals because they do not have the knowledge that is required on how to deal with an issue like the intersex issue. So, Mr. Speaker, I am saying today is going to be historic because for the first time in the history of this country, a self-confessed intersex individual will be nominated to a national independent commission. So I single out Mr. Dennis Nyongesa Wamalwa. I congratulate him profusely. Mr. Speaker, I do report to this House that on the day that Dr. Dennis Nyongesa Wamalwa was appearing before our committee, his family stopped all business, some of who do not reside in this country. People traveled all the way from the United States of America to come and witness the historic interview of this amazing Kenyan, this amazing gentleman, Dr. Dennis Nyongesa Wamalwa, who even reported to the committee that the process of whatever he lives with is never quite complete. That up to today, Mr. Speaker, this individual constantly takes medication, takes hormone therapy, so that he's able to suppress some hormones of a certain gender and be able to bring up the hormones of another gender. So, Mr. Speaker, even as I'm singling out Dr. Dennis Nyongesa, I do believe that all the other nominees are up to the task, Mr. Speaker. And I said that they are like the Esther of the Bible, Mr. Speaker, that they have been commissioned to do a job for such a time as this. Mr. Speaker, this is the National Commission on Human Rights. They are coming into an office with a full interim, Mr. Speaker, at a time when, in a city like Nairobi, we are having to contend with unending demolitions of structures in this city. Mr. Speaker, there are Kenyans who are sleeping out in the cold today because the government thinks that these people are offenders and they are being kicked out as it is raining in the name of very inhuman demolitions. Mr. Speaker, these commissioners are coming in at a time when bodies are being collected from a river, River Yala, bodies that no one can identify or no one can even tell where they're coming from. Mr. Speaker, the commission has its interest full because it's a time such as this when we are witnessing extrajudicial killings, Mr. Speaker, some of which are being perpetrated by organs which would be protecting the very citizens who they are killing extrajudicially. So, Mr. Speaker, as these commissioners report to office, they shall be having a full entry. And as they attend to matters that I have of human violation, matters of human rights violation that I have listed, they will have to stand up and show the independence of this commission, Mr. Speaker. As I said, the state is one of the biggest offenders of human rights. The state, as we speak, is one of the perpetrators of human rights violations. So, Mr. Speaker, I do call upon these nominees to step up to the plate as they take up their new role and their new job. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to commend the committee under the very able leadership of the Honorable Wakili, the one and only Honorable Muturi Kegano, for the good work that they have done in processing these nominations. And beyond that, Mr. Speaker, the very able way in which the chairman moved this motion and how it was seconded by the Honorable Shamala, Mr. Speaker, this has been a very hard-working committee, and I've got to say that even when the tabs are being taken at the end of this session, I'm sure this committee will show up as one of the better performing committees of this House. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Okuome Adipo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. First, I want to start by congratulating Honorable Kegano's team, the committee, for doing a good job. The people they have recommended are people with very fertile ability, people with good experience, and I'm particularly interested in hearing one of the committee members narrating the situation one of the candidates was in, and how that candidate managed to go through and won their recommendation. My congratulations to that particular person because of his situation. I also congratulate the chair lady who has been recommended to take over the commission, and congratulate all other people recommended for the positions they applied for. What interests me most is the kind of approach the committee gave to the appointment of these people. They made sure that the spread was regional and covering various areas of our country. That was great. Let me also add that the gender parity was well considered by the committee, although it is just the other side, the opposite side of what people know. When we talk of gender, people think more men than ladies in an appointment. But here it's just the opposite. I hope if that trend is followed almost all the time, men will be an endangered species which might be another problem of its kind. But the kind of situation we have seen in that appointment is attractive to those who want to see the good balancing of the way we do appoint our civil servants and even commissioners in various commissions. I feel I have to give my total support to the committee on what they recommended, as I congratulate the people they recommended. Thanks so much, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Honorable Nur, what is out of order?
Mr. Speaker, I stand under Standing Order 95, and I wish the mover to be called to reply, Mr. Speaker, since everybody is in agreement, including myself. We know the people who have been nominated are excellent, 100%. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, Honorable, you know when a member rises, Honorable Chada, and 6 under that standing order, my hands are tied. I have to establish whether actually the House wants us to move that way. No, Honorable Chada. We are not going to break our rules here. Honorable members, Honorable Noor, actually, under standing order number, is that 95? That the mover be called to reply. I will put that question. That the mover now be called to reply. With as many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. With as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay. No. The ayes have it. Yes, mover. And Honorable Sankoku, you shouted loudest, though you had contributed.
Let them ask for division.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to reply. And since no member was in disagreement, no member opposed the motion, I have nothing really useful to add to the sentiments of the members, and I thank all of them for supporting the nominees. I wish to congratulate all the nominees.
Honourable members, we shall also pend that, putting the question on that item until a subsequent time. Next order.
Order number 14, the Mental Health Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 28 of 2020. Second reading, resumption of debate interrupted on Thursday, February 10, 2022.
Honourable members, this is the resumption of debate. I am told that actually Honourable Kutuni was moving, right? Yes. You have a balance of that 2 minutes.
Thank you.
That is not to say you must finish all that 2 minutes.
All right.
But if you wish to, they are all yours. And Honourable Kutuni, you have been completely patient this afternoon, which is very encouraging.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. But I'm always patient, Mr. Speaker. It's only that you haven't known me.
Indeed.
Yes.
I have noted you in many years. You have been patient.
Yes. But when it comes to serious business, Mr. Speaker, of course, we have to put the right foot forward. And Mr. Speaker, thank you again for this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the Mental Health Amendment Senate Bill number 28 of 2021. Bill was published on 30th November 2020 and underwent first reading on 13th October 2021 in the National Assembly and thereafter committed to the Departmental Committee on Health for consideration and reporting to the House. Following the placement of adverts in the print media on 5th November 2021, requesting for comments on the bill from members of the public and relevant stakeholders, pursuant to the provision of Article 118(1)(b) of the Constitution of Kenya and Standing Order 127(3), the committee received a memoranda from stakeholders and thereafter held meetings both in-house and with different stakeholders in consideration of Mental Health Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 28 of 2020. Mr. Speaker, the bill seeks to amend the Mental Health Act in order to provide for the prevention of mental illness, to provide for care, treatment, and rehabilitation of persons with mental illness, to provide for procedures of admission, treatment, and general management of persons with mental illness. Mr. Speaker, objective of this bill is to amend the Mental Act, Cap 248 of the laws of Kenya, so as to A, promote the mental health and well-being of all persons, including reducing the incidences of mental illness. And then B, to coordinate the prevention of mental illness, access to mental health care, treatment and rehabilitation services of persons with mental illness. And then, Mr. Speaker, C, the impact of mental illness, including the effects of stigma on individuals, families, and the community. D, Mr. Speaker, to promote recovery from mental illness and enhance rehabilitation and integration of persons with mental illness into the community. And then E, Mr. Speaker, ensure the rights of persons with mental illness is protected and safeguarded. In particular, Mr. Speaker, A, Clause 2 of the bill contains the long title of the Act, an amendment to the long title providing for the prevention of mental illness, for the care, treatment, and rehabilitation of persons with mental illness, for procedures of admissions, treatment, and general management of persons with mental illness. Clause 3 of the bill seeks to make various amendments to the definitions in the Act so as to harmonize it with the Constitution of Kenya 2010 and Health Act 2017. It is proposed to include the definition of the word healthcare provider to mean person who provides healthcare services and includes a mental health practitioner. New Part 1A of the bill outlines the obligation of the national and county government in relation to mental health. As a matter of mental health is a shared functions between the national and the county government. The bill proposes the establishment of a county mental health council in each county, providing for its composition of how members of the council cease to hold office. Dear Mr. Speaker, the new Part 2 of the bill outlines the rights of a person with mental illness, including the right to the highest attainable standard of mental health services to every person. The part provides for a person with mental illness having the right to access of medical insurance for the treatment of mental illness from the public or private or insurance providers. This provides for the various rights of a person with mental illness, which include the right of mental health services, the right to consent to treatment, the right to participate in treatment planning, the right to civil, political, and economic rights, the right to access information, the right to confidentiality, and the right to appoint a supporter. Clause 7 of the bill, Mr. Speaker, constitutes the Board of Kenya Board of Mental Health and provide for qualification, eligibility, and criteria for members of the board. Mr. Speaker, Part 4 of the bill is amended in the heading of and replacing it into Part 5, management of the mental health units and facilities, admissions, and treatment of persons with mental illness. This is in order of making provision for the management and treatment. This part makes provision for a person who wishes to establish a private mental health facility, the requirement for such a person and process for such establishment, the penalty for fraudulent establishment are equally provided. Mr. Speaker, the new Section 15A provides for the conditions of emergency admissions and treatment where there is immediate and imminent danger to the health of the person with mental illness. Mr. Speaker, the new Part 12 of the bill establishes care and administration of property of persons with mental illness, providing that an application to administer the property of such a person to be made to court. The part provides for the duties of a manager appointed by court to administer such a property. The schedule of the bill contains provisions as to conduct of business and affairs of the authority. It provides for the tenure of the persons, chairpersons, and members of the board to be 3 years and how they may cease to hold office. It equally provides for the quorum of the board to be 5 voting members. Mr. Speaker, issues arising. A perusal of the content of the bill reveals the following issues for consideration by the committee. Clause 5, the proposed new Section 2E provides for the establishment of a county mental health council in each county, but does not set up specific function of the council. There is need to provide for the functions of the council. And then Clause 15, the proposed new Section 9F1 provide for informed consent and provide that informed consent may be obtained from a person with mental illness. This provision may not be effective since in most instances, a person with mental illness will lack the legality capacity to issue consent. This should be substituted with supporter of the person with mental illness. Further, the proposed new Section 9E1 provide for seclusion and restraint. This provision of this section may be enhanced to provide for restraint where necessary to be reasonable. Clause 37, the proposed new Section 27.4 requires an aggrieved party to raise an objection to the court within 14 days over such a decision. This is outstanding the jurisdiction of the court and denying aggrieved person recourse from the court within the restricted timeline for raising the an objection, Mr. Speaker. Clause 38, Mr. Speaker, the proposed new Section 41 provide for communication by the patient through letters, telephone calls, emails to the recipient. Consideration should be had to persons with disabilities who also have mental illness and who may require to communicate through other modes of communication, e.g. orally, braille, and sign language, Mr. Speaker, and others. Clause 39, the proposed new Section 41.1, provide a person in charge may refuse to admit a person with mental illness into the mental facility or unit. if the accommodation within the facility or unit is insufficient or unsuitable. This provision may, however, be subject to abuse, as it may be subject to various interpretation on what qualifies as unsuitable. Further, the provision contradicts the provision of the Constitution, Article 43, which provides that every person having a right to highest attainable standards of health, and a person shall not be denied any emergency medical treatment. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, as I conclude my remarks, I would like to urge members to support the bill with amendments as proposed by the committee, as they are intended to provide for the prevention of mental illness, to provide for the care, treatment, and rehabilitation of persons with mental illness, and to provide for procedures and admission, treatment, and general management of persons with mental illness. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I beg to move, and I request Dr. Nyikal.
You request Dr. Nyikal to second light?
Yeah.
Yes, Honorable Dr. Nyikal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to second this mental health amendment bill. Mr. Speaker, this bill has come at the right time. The country has experienced, or let me say noticed, mental health as a crisis, which to a large extent has come to our notice through many areas. The issue of drug and substance abuse amongst the youth, and the problem we have had in our security forces, where there's been a lot of suicides and murders that actually to some extent are related to mental illness. And the realization that sometimes even people who find themselves in going against the law may actually be exhibiting mental illness. It is right that we have noticed this and are reacting to it, and hence the amendment bill. It actually also seeks to align the Mental Health Act as it is now to Article 42 of the Constitution, which provides that all of us are entitled to the highest level of health care, which actually is much more needed amongst people with mental illness, which sometimes is not even recognized or actually dismissed, sometimes as just behavior problems or some form of delinquency, but actually mental illness. So that we attempt to align it to that. We are also trying to align it to the devolution. We now have health services that are actually largely devolved. So the roles of the national government and the roles of the county government are actually clearly stated out in the amendment bills. Further, Mr. Speaker, it also tends to align with the Health Act 2017 that actually made provision that an act of parliament should be in place to provide patients with mental illness with the treatment that they deserve in a broadened and actually an integrated manner. So, Mr. Speaker, this comes out very clearly, like if you look at the obligations that this bill, the amendments assigns to the national government, which starts with the provision of mental health services at national referral facilities. And this has been an area that has been neglected in this country. To a large extent, it has actually just been one facility at Madari and another small one in Gilgil, which at some times we don't know whether it was lying between the county government and the national government, and whether it was actually a mental health institution or actually turned into another county facility. This now provides that the national government should put proper referral facilities in place, and that even the national referral facilities should have units within them that provide for mentally ill patients. It also provides that there has to be collaboration with the county governments in the provision of physical and technological infrastructure. This is an area where actually the most county governments will actually lack the capacity. And therefore, it is the role of the national government to work in collaboration with them to put in place structures, to put in place the equipment, to put in place all the facilities they need. They need that support. And also to put in place policies and strategies that, that will guide mental care, particularly in the community and in the family surrounding. Because that is extremely important, Mr. Speaker, because this quite often requires a huge family support system around the person who is unwell, and in the community. And these are actually provided at the county level, but the policies and the strategies that are needed for that must be evolved by the national government. It also provides for the standards of care, the standards in both the facilities, what should be the standards, the human resource that are required, and so on. It also clearly states the obligations of the county government, that the county government, are actually obliged to provide the actual services, even as they get support and guidance from the national government. And they should provide this at all levels, from level 2 of our health facilities all the way to level 5. And that means at level 2 or 3, they should have units that will actually deal with this, and have people who have the experience that will deal with this. And at level 5, you should actually have facilities or parts of facilities that provide for this. And that you should have those clinics and units dedicated. And also at community level, this is extremely important, particularly when we are dealing with primary health care, when we are dealing with community health workers. They need to actually be capacitated, to be trained and given the capacity at least to recognize, mental illness at the very early stages, and to recognize the social circumstances that lead to mental illness at that level. And also the aftercare, when these people with mental illness have had their treatment, they need a lot of support at the community level. And so the county governments have to formulate programs for that rehabilitation. These amendments provides for that. Again, Mr. Speaker, it provides for the rights and the rights of of persons with mental illness, and this is extremely important. Starting with the right to care. You go around and you see a lot of people with obviously mental illness just roaming around. Nobody seems to care. It looks like it's all right. It's not all right. So they have a right to that. And so this provides on who should ensure that those rights are achieved. And then the right to access to social activities, to public participation. You know, once you have a mental illness, people tend to actually exclude you. This amendment provides that you should be included to the limits that one is capable of. And also to protect people with mental illness from harm. Very important point, because many times, as I said, it may not be recognized they are ill, or even if they are ill and they do certain things, people may think it is okay, they can be harmed. No, that is not so. They have to have the sick role, just like when your leg is broken and you are limping, nobody blames you for limping. So when you have a mental problem, when your mental health is not okay, so you will behave in a way that is not okay, and that should just be treated the same way as somebody who is limping because their leg has been broken, and given that protection. They are also entitled to dignity. Sometimes when they are getting treatment, they actually don't get the dignity they serve. You see people being tied around and pushed around. The amendments actually bring that bring order into that. And even other services that sometimes they'll be denied, just like medical insurance. The law, this amendment makes it mandatory that people with mental illness are also entitled to medical insurance, whether it is public or private, so that, in fact, they need it more. And many times for outpatient services, because many times, particularly after recovery, there's a long illness and they need to be treated in outpatients. Those needs to be taken care of. Mr. Speaker, there is a big issue of informed consent, and I want to maybe just give me 1 minute to this informed consent. The first symptom when you have a mental illness is loss of insight. You do not know you are sick. And therefore, when people start to ask you for consent, you ask for what? I'm okay. So it's a delicate issue of how to get that informed consent for somebody who has lost insight. Issues like involuntary.
1 minute so that you pronounce yourself on the recording.
Yeah. So, Mr. Speaker, issues like involuntary admission, when you have to be admitted when you actually are not aware you are sick. So with all this, Mr. Speaker, I second.
Honorable members, I will propose a question, which is the Mental Health Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 28 of 2020, be now read a second time. Honorable Ochanda.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, issues mental health, I think, has reached a crescendo in this country now. And I think it's important that we take this in the direction where the president has taken the whole issue of mental health. To an extent that the president came up with a task force. And this task force has brought around a lot of findings. And for sure, what we see is a case of concern. We may also want to thank the media, particularly at this particular time, that a lot of issues are now really up-running, particularly through the media, that we are experiencing much more problems as a country, and a lot of them are related to mental issues. Besides that, Mr. Speaker, going through this, the process that this bill has been going through, I've managed now to interact with a number of different people. And in the process, I've learned that nearly all of us are in some kind of a mental levels, all of us are ill in the country. So it's only that the levels are different, but if everybody is checked, we realize that in one way or the other, each one of us is in a shape that qualifies us to be ill. So, Mr. Speaker, if you look at this, and you look at it against a background where this has been handled over a period of time, you look at what has been existing in terms of, for example, medical facilities on issues of mental health. Nationally, we have Mathare. And Mathare has been an institution of interaction between judiciary and prisons. So many times what we see are references in terms of checks that the judiciary or the courts haul people to Mathare for purpose of checking whether they are mentally right or wrong. And on the other hand, there are those that are running to Mathare every single day, are being driven to Mathare from the prisons. So, Mr. Speaker, you look at it critically, you'll only be seeing one institution that has been in the center of all these things. But it has been in the center of issues mental health, not for all clear intents and purposes, but for purposes of only managing those who are already in a mental mind that is out of hand. Mr. Speaker, if you look at others, in terms of any other attempts, the government over all this period of time has not done anything. You look at what we call even rehabilitation centers for cases that are related to substance abuse or related to things, to issues that are mental. The entire Western Kenya, for example, there has only been Asumbi as an institution. The only clearly non-rehab center is not owned by the government. It's been a church thing. So the entire region doesn't have a rehabilitation center all this period of time. So what are we saying? We are saying that we have reached a level where we have to rethink as a nation, when all this is happening against the direction that we are seeing in the country. Mr. Speaker, the bill is now coming with a lot of proposals. The bill is coming with a lot of proposals in terms of integrating county governments in all this. If you look at what I've mentioned, Mathare was a national referral health facility, meaning that there was completely nothing happening in all our levels from level 1 to 6. So what that means now is that there must be a proper process, including policy, including management, and including everything else, that must permeate, must go down from the national all the way to the community in level 1. Because there are some of these things that can be managed at level 1, including even public education on how to handle this kind of issues. So I think this is what the bill is bringing that is so critical at this moment. The bill is bringing in an authority that is supposed to look at issues of mental health, an authority. And I want to believe that this is so critical. The way we have left this for a long period of time has made it, even the directorate was not very clear-cut in terms of how, the medical directorate was not very clear in terms of the direction that we are doing or we are taking through all these issues of mental illness. So, Mr. Speaker, I think the bill is coming at a point that is critical. As a nation, we need it, and a lot of policy and restructuring arrangements are required for purposes of making sure that the mental health sector is thoroughly looked at. And of more fundamental essence is the issue of funding. Mathare has been rotting to date, has been going down immensely. But from last year and this year, it's very clear that Mathare now has some budget. Mathare now has almost its own legislation. And Mathare has space for purposes of doing a proper mental referral health facility in the country. I think this is a plus that we must really look at as we are coming up with this legislation at this moment, Mr. Speaker. So we are in a right direction, but we are fairly slow, Mr. Speaker. This needs to be upped up. Thank you.
Sophia.
I support, and I'm waiting for this.
Very well. Honorable Ole Sankok, David.
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Mental health is a real problem in this country, Honorable Speaker. And we only have one referral hospital. That is in Mathare Referral Mental Hospital. Honorable Speaker, and mental health, if you check at our suicide rates, Honorable Speaker, if you check at homicides, Honorable Speaker, it is something that boils down to mental health, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, recently there were statistics that 10% of our police officers are suffering from mental health. And when you talk of 10% of our disciplinary forces, especially police officers, armed to the teeth, are suffering from mental health, Honorable Speaker, then as a country we have all reason to be worried of mental health and to invest more when it comes to mental health, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we have seen cases of fathers raping their own daughters. We have seen cases, Honorable Speaker, of people raping small girls as young as 2 years, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, at that rate, we have to consider highly on issues of mental health, and this House must pronounce itself. And I thank the committee for coming up with this progressive bill in handling the issues of mental health and having an authority to deal with mental health, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the approach that we have on mental health, statistics only tell us about the common policemen, 10% of them have mental health. But they don't go ahead and tell us the administrators in the police service, starting from the CS of interior security. What is the status of the mental health? Probably, you know, I heard from other quarters that the interior security cabinet secretary was sacked from lecturing at a university. The reason that Professor Magoa gave us did not indicate if there was something to do with mental health, Honorable Speaker. It's good to know that apart from only those policemen in the lower cadre, also the administrators in the top administration of Interior Ministry. Honorable Speaker, so I do support this bill 100% so that we can address in a more informed manner on our mental health status in this country, because what is happening is not normal, Honorable Speaker. It's not normal. It is out of normal, the homicide that we are seeing happening. It is out of the normal, Honorable Speaker, the rape cases that we are seeing. It is out of the normal, the statistics that have been given on the mental status of all our police officers, Honorable Speaker. I do support, Honorable Speaker, 100%.
Honorable members, there seems to be no further interest to contribute to this particular item. I therefore call the mover to reply.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank all the members for enriching the bill. Mr. Speaker, there is no any other better time having this legislation because COVID, it comes with its own challenges, including mental stress and all those manner of challenges. So we need this legislation like yesterday. It's unfortunate that there was a board that was not functional just because of very small legislation. So then it can ensure effectiveness of its operations and getting more money. They were, for the last 4 years, they've been allocated money, but they cannot spend because it was not properly constituted. So the minister could not, or the cabinet secretary could not appoint. So again, I want to also bring to the attention of the members that the government also has allocated over 1 billion to establish a new psychiatric hospital in Kajiado. So Mathare is going to be moved. The government has provided over 200 acres, putting more money. And the budget this year, the committee has allocated 1 billion. And I think the next financial year will put more money to ensure that we have one of the best facilities to handle the challenges on the mental health. And it's also going to be a training institution on these issues related to psycho challenges that many people are facing. So Rana, I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, we shall not put the question at this time on that item until a subsequent time. Next order.
Order number 15, the Wildlife Conservation and Management Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 30 of 2020. Second reading.
Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Environment and Natural Resources. Yes, Honorable Nur Sophia, or the chair?
Thank you.
Or are you the chair?
Yes, I am.
Okay, please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to move the motion on Departmental Committee on Environment and Natural Resources on Wildlife Conservation and Management Amendment Bill 2020, Senate Bill number 30 of 2020, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the bill which was sponsored by the Senator of Taita Taveta seeks to amend the Wildlife Conservation and Management Act number 47 of 2013 to make further provisions for allocation of adequate facilities to the county wildlife conservation and compensation committees established under the Act, and to provide for timeline for compensations for human death and human injuries, crops, and property damage caused by wildlife. Pursuant to Standing Order 41, Honorable Speaker received a message from the Senate seeking concurrence of National Assembly on the Wildlife Conservation and Management Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 30 of 2020. The bill was read first time on Thursday, 30th September 2021, and committed to the Departmental Committee on Environment and Natural Resources for consideration, Mr. Speaker. Allow me to highlight the bill as it is structured, Mr. Speaker. Clause number 2 of the bill proposes to introduce a new section 21A in the Principal Act to provide for the funds for community wildlife conservation committees. The provision also set timelines for payment of compensations and provides for provision of adequate funds. And clause number 3 of the bill proposed to amend section 23 of the Principal Act to provide for nominees of the Council of Governors into the wildlife body and to provide support to the local communities negatively affected by activity undertaken with respect to wildlife. Clause number 4, Mr. Speaker, of the bill proposes to amend section 24 of the Principal Act to provide for clarity in which is who is responsible for establishment of the scheme and to provide for the funds for the scheme to be the monies appropriated by the National Assembly, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, clause 5 of the bill proposes to amend section 25 of the Principal Act to provide for clarity in the process of provision of compensation and set timeframes for payment of the compensation. Mr. Speaker, clause 6 of the bill proposes to amend section 47 of the Principal Act to provide for guidelines to include the benefits not only for local communities neighboring, but also negatively affected by activities undertaken by preservation of the national parks. Set criteria for determination of maximum benefits which shall be based on gross total revenue and fees collected with respect to the protected areas, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, while communicating the message which forwarded the bill to the National Assembly from the Senate, Honorable Speaker urged the committee, among other things, apply itself to the provision of Article 109(5) and Article 114 of the Constitution related to orientation and definition of money bills, and make appropriate recommendation, Mr. Speaker. The committee sought advice from the Parliamentary Budget Office on the status of Wildlife Conservation and Management Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 30 of 2020 in regards to Article 109(5) and 114 of the Constitution. The committee made the following observation in regards to the 2 articles of the Constitution related to the bill. The bill seeks to introduce new purpose of provision of funds for Wildlife Conservation Trust Fund, which entails to providing support to the local communities negatively affected by activities undertaken with respect to wildlife conservation and management. This provision is an imposition of new charges to the fund, which is in line with Article 114(3)(b) of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, again, the bill proposes to extend the benefit sharing of resources collected from wildlife protected areas to cover local communities neighboring the national reserves, as well as communities not neighboring the national parks, but having been negatively affected by activities undertaken by the national parks. This provision again introduces new resources, new charges to the public funds, which is in line with Article 114 of 3(b) of the Constitution, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the committee also took note of the report by the Senate Standing Committee on Land, Environment and Natural Resources, in which it observed that it has received views in accordance with Article 118 of the Constitution. They had seen the national Kenya National Commission on Human Rights and National Justice. The committee also invited the Ministry of Tourism and Wildlife via letter reference dated on 5th October 2021 for a meeting on the bill, which was held on Tuesday, 19th October 2021. The ministry made submission that the bill seeks to amend Wildlife Conservation and Management Act number 47 of 2013 in order to make further provision for allocation of adequate facilities to County Wildlife Conservation and Compensation Committee established under the Act. The ministry also submitted that the bill provides for timelines timelines of 12 months for compensation for human death, human injuries, crops, and property damage caused by wildlife in accordance with the Act. The Act makes further provision for payment of compensation and other entitlement due to local communities affected by wildlife. The ministry requested the withdrawal of the bill as there was already ongoing comprehensive review of Wildlife Conservation and Management Act number 47 of 2013. This comprehensive review is being done in the interest of public with a view of repealing the current act and coming up with new laws that will effectively address many currently ongoing issues so as to avoid piecemeal amendments, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the ministry undertook a comprehensive look at the proposed amendments and harmonized them with other submissions from various stakeholders so as to develop a comprehensive instruments that will enable unified approach in management of wildlife, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in considering the bill, the bill and the views from the Senate Committee on Environment, Natural Resources, Land and State Department of Budget Parliamentary Office, the committee observed the following, Mr. Speaker. That the bill meets the criteria required to define as money bill, Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Article 114 B and C of the Constitution. As such, National Assembly is required to take into consideration the recommendation of the Budget and Appropriation Committee, which is debating the bill. Further, a money bill can only be introduced to the National Assembly pursuant to Article 109(5) of the Constitution. Therefore, the bill should...
Order, Nul Sophia, you don't need to be under pressure because it is 7 and the House must rise. Now, you had a 45 minutes allocation. You have spent 10. So when this is scheduled next, you'll have your 35 minutes to finish moving this particular motion. Honorable members, the time being 7 p.m., this House started adjourned until tomorrow, Wednesday, 16th February 2022 at 9:30 a.m.